nas principais fraquezas. A gente tem Tiranitar, que bate nos decks de Gardevoir em 1000. A gente tem Pokémon do tipo Lutador, que consegue bater ali o dobro em Arceus, que também é um baralho muito popular. E aí a gente consegue ter inúmeras respostas, tá? Então esse daqui é um deck que eu acredito que tem muito potencial. Ele fica em quarto lugar aqui dos candidatos a serem campeões mundiais. Em terceiro lugar, eu trago um baralho que ele tem muito simples, cara, desde que foi lançado, joga muito, que é o deck de Arceus Viastro. Lembrando que Arceus Viastro já foi campeão mundial no ano passado com uma versão com um Pikachu voador. Qual é a proposta do baralho? Esse deck de Arceus, ele normalmente funciona da seguinte forma: a gente tem o Arceus Viastro, que é pra gente começar. Ele tem aqui a habilidade Starbirth, que é o poder Viastro que procura 2 cartas e coloca na mão. E o ataque Trinity Nova, que você causa 200 e procura 3 energias e liga nos seus Pokémon V desejar. E aí a gente tem inúmeras opções de atacantes, tá? As versões mais populares acabam utilizando ou o Umbreon VMAX, Duraludon VMAX. Tem versões aqui que vão com o Giratina Viastro, tá? Que aí você consegue ter potencial de nocaute em um ataque. Enfim, é uma carta muito versátil o Arceus Viastro. E aí você pode combinar ele com inúmeras opções. Eu tenho a versão com Gudra, né, tem inúmeras outras opções. Qual que é o rolê? Como é um deck muito linear e também tem um poder Viastro que permite você procurar 2 cartas do seu baralho, você sempre acerta a melhor combinação para você poder jogar, tá? Então é um deck que sempre vê muito jogo, que sempre está ali fazendo o que você precisa fazer. O seu turno ideal é basicamente um Arceus e uma
Ai,
energia e você
agora
ficar
sim.
preparado.
Porra.
Se no segundo turno você ligar, evoluir pro Arceus e usar o seu poder Viastro. Então é um deck potencial, acredito muito ali que possa vir a ser campeão mundial, tá?
Tá dando pra ouvir?
Em segundo lugar fica
Ouvindo?
a queridinha do Pokémon TCG, uma das cartas que
Ok.
sempre marca a presença e sempre tem alguma carta poderosa, que é o deck de Gardevorex. O deck de Gardevorex é um dos meus decks favoritos, porque ela marcou definitivamente o retorno dos Pokémon Estágio 2 como decks competitivos e relevantes, que conseguiam fazer frente aos principais
Tudo certo.
decks do metagame. Tudo isso graças a uma
Bom. Certo. Quatro minutos pra começar, gente. Vamos entrar ao vivo. 4 minutos pra começar, gente. Vamos entrar ao vivo. 4 minutos. Ao vivo aí. Fazer a cobertura mundial. Ô, Pedro, já já nós já começa já. Só dando os últimos detalhes aqui. Vai já começar. Tá bem aqui. Outro. Lá. Mais gente aí. Vamos ver os melhores decks aí. Algumas surpresas aí pro Mundial. Já começamos oficialmente. Oficialmente começamos, gente. Mundial aí, ver as surpresas. Bom, vamos curtir esse trailer aqui que eu gostei bastante desse trailer. Bom,
Our summer starts now.
sei se está muito alto. Se tiver muito alto, eu dou pra uma baixada, entendeu? E lá, gente. Só esperar agora atualizar. Tranquilo? Beleza? Só ver aqui. Ter começado. O cara tá esperando. Tá. Atualizar aqui a página. Fica sempre assim. Valeu, Edu. Tamo junto. Ah, Pokémon nunca ajuda, né? E entrar. Esperando aí pra ver se tá ou não. O cara tá. Ah, já entrei no horário pra poder pegar ele certinho. O cara tem que esperar o Pokémon entrar. É, vamos falar dos decks que provavelmente vai estar bastante aqui. Deck que eu acho que possa ser campeão mundial. Live do Langa MP. Tá estourado o fone? Quebrado? Avisa, pô. Melhorar aqui a coisa aqui. Ah, tá. Não. Tá tranquilo, suave. Beleza. Cara, é Pokémon. Dado já isso aí. Dá uma falando. Falando. Ah, mano, se pareço com ele, bom. Eu gosto do Luan gameplay. Oxi. Ah, tá lá pro. Oxi. Ai, ai. Certeza que deve ter tido algum atraso lá. Esperar eles. Tá, mas vamos conversando aqui. Então, o. Qual que vocês acham que vai ser os deck mais fortes desse torneio mundial aí? Eu creio que o Gustavo Ada vai vir com o deck de Edgard. Provável que ele tá com. O japonês adora a nova coleção. Então vai ver coisa nova do Shen Pao. Mais algumas outras surpresas. Provável. Mas. Deck forte, cara. Que até agora eu não consigo ver uma fraqueza. Boa noite, Guto. Bom. Até agora o que eu não consegui ver. Entendi, ô Edu. Manda de novo pra mim aí. Até agora o que eu não consegui. Não, a coleção 151 é a melhor coleção que já teve, cara. É a melhor coleção. Tanto que quem investir na coleção 151 vai vir, acho que vai ser a coleção mais cara depois de Realeza. A Realeza Absoluta foi um hype muito grande, mas o 151 é nostalgia pura, né? Ah, as cartas japonesas já vende bastante, né? Ainda você não conseguiu pegar todas as cartas da 151, né? Quando eu vim em setembro, acho. É, em setembro vai vir a coleção de 151. Essa coleção vai ficar muito cara. Ficar muito cara. É um investimento absurdo. É Elo, Realeza. Graças ao Charizard, né? Lindão que vai vir no Obsidiano em Chamas. Vai ser o terceiro melhor evento. Ah, aquela lá é linda demais. Essa do Pikachu é maravilhosa. Ainda não fizeram uma carta do Pikachu competitivo. Mas as cartas do Pikachu. Tipo, tirando o Pikachu voador, mas. O competitivo do Pikachu não é tão forte assim. Precisa sempre de outras cartas. Agora. Ah, Mas qual das 3 aves lendárias? Aquela de vidrato, da antiga, feita parecida com o negócio, ou aquelas artes de igreja de vidro, ou as que tá vindo aí? E as que tá vindo também é bonita. Dá mais uma atualizada aqui pra mim, vai. As do 150. Não, aquelas do 151 maravilhosas. Toda, toda a coleção, se conseguir completar, já tá na liga? Eu não cheguei a ver. Nossa. É. Bom, tudo da 151, como é uma coleção nostalgia, coleção mais voltada para públicos novos, mas também os antigos, vai ficar mais caro. Não tem jeito. Tudo vai ficar mais caro lá. Mas é uma das coleções que você pode chamar de a melhor coleção já feita. Pensaram não só no na parte competitiva, mas pensaram mais na parte colecionador. Colecionador que nem você, Edu, chora nessas horas, né? Tipo, é caro, mas se você tirar uma no booster ali, felicidade a mil, né? Eu espero que tenham os anúncios da nova mecânica. Tem isso. Toda o Worlds que tem, eles têm uma nova mecânica do Pokémon. Aí eu espero que a nova mecânica seja boa. Eu, sinceramente, eu não quero que Lost Box ganhe, por motivos óbvios. Eu perdi tanto pra esse deck que eu tô ficando puto já com esse deck. Eu gostaria muito que eu visse um Ilu travando muita gente. O Shen Pao fazendo muitas vítimas. Principal, um, que é uma Gardevoir ganhando como sempre. Eu quero que o brasileiro ganhe, né? Ganhando de Gardevoir, que é a marca registrada daqui. Ainda mais que esse deck é assustadoramente forte. Assustadoramente forte. Nada da. Era pra ter começado já. Aqui se alguém tá assistindo o campeonato, cara, era pra ter começado já. Tá nem na. Normalmente eu tenho a liga deles aqui, Pokémon, e aparecer aqui. Tá o Cato Play aqui.
Na época da Players Cup, né? Não
Uhum.
tinha nem.
Só que eu conheço.
O pessoal da África do Sul nem tinha classificação.
É.
Da África, né? O continente
Aham.
africano nem tinha
Sim.
qualificatório.
Estão ainda vendo deck. Ah, então, ô Luiz, eu procurei agora. É que, tipo, geralmente tá fazendo no TCG no YouTube. No YouTube deles. E tipo, tô esperando só. Provavelmente deu algum BO lá com eles. E aí tá atrasando, entendeu? Ou estão esperando dar só fazer os chaveamentos, parries, alguma coisa assim, pra começar o torneio do TCG lá. É bem provável isso. E já aconteceu muito nos TCG daqui, pelo menos, então é bem provável que isso aconteceu lá. Mas é o Worlds, né? Daqui do Brasil, ó, quem que eu tô torcendo pra que ganhe aqui no Brasil? O William Azevedo, que tem o mesmo nome que o meu. Tô torcendo muito pra ele ganhar. O Pedro Petrucci. Cara, jogando é um absurdo, Pedro Petrucci. E o que todo mundo conhece, né? Que é o melhor jogador daqui do Brasil, sem sombra de dúvida, o Gustavo Ada. Tem outros jogadores daqui do Brasil que se classificaram, né? Pro Mundial, já estão lá, tudo. É, já devem estar feito muita preparação para esse Mundial, tudo. Felizmente, alguns vai ficar no caminho. Eu espero que o brasileiro saia bem. Como é do Japão que nós está falando, cara lá é embaçado. A maioria das cartas mais novas. A maioria das cartas mais novas, se eu não me engano, demora em torno de 2 a 3 meses e lá eles já estão muito à frente. Apesar de ser simultâneo, não demorava tanto, mas a coleção aqui, como a Copag está atrasando, já era para ter lançado a coleção Obsidiana em Chamas. Não lançou, vai lançar só no dia 24, ou no dia 22 ou no dia 24. Edu, confirma pra mim isso daí, mas acho que é bem isso daí mesmo. Dia 24, 22, a coleção Obsidiana em Chamas vai ser lançada. Vai ser lançada por atraso da Copag. Ó, apesar Copag. Umas cartinhas raras aí pra nós que tá precisando aí. E ó, o pessoal aí que tá entrando, é o dia 25, né? Beleza, muito obrigado, Edu. No dia. O pessoal que tá entrando aí agora, tudo, dá o like no vídeo, tudo. Pra poder divulgar. Divulga pra mais gente aí, pessoal que gosta de Pokémon TCG. Nós vai falar do TCG. E é bem provável que eu vou falar do Mundial em si, entendeu? Das coisas que eles vão passar. Mas queria estar lá, né? Quem sabe o ano que vem, né, vai estar aí. Ah, cara, o complicado da Copag é que eles atrasou o Evolução em Powder. Se eles não atrasam a Evolução em Powder, o resto da coleção tava tudo sincronizado. Esse que é o problema da Copag. Entendeu? Faz parte, né? Atrasar, mas nós sabe como é que é a Copag, né? Apertando aqui F5 pra ver se. Aê, gente, começou. Ah, entrou no jogo. Oh. Sai da tela branca, pelo amor de Deus. Pokémon. Sai da tela branca. Acho que é. Tem som. Ah, mas os caras nos esperaram 17 minutos. 17 minutos pra nós esperar mais 14. Ô, maravilha. Era 8h30 pra começar isso daqui. Ah, isso se eles não atrasar mais, viu, Edu? É bem provável que eles atrasem mais. Aí venha lá pra começo de dezembro. Porque como é uma coleção... Pra mim, eles deveriam trazer no dia 21 mesmo, de setembro. Mas como vai vir lá setembro... não, dezembro não, outubro. Lá pro meio de outubro, começo de outubro, meio de outubro. Ele vai vir essa coleção do 151. O pior é que, tipo, vai ser que nem a realeza. Eu espero que seja que nem a realeza. Que venha muita carta rara. O win rate do realeza foi absurdo. Se é o 151, o win rate dele for que nem o realeza, vai ser a melhor coleção pra se ter. Simplesmente assim. Eu tenho alguns amigos lá de Campinas também que foi pro Mundial. Já pedi algumas coisinhas lá pro Mundial, que eu não sou besta nem nada. Quero algumas coisinhas do Mundial. Já que eu não pude ir, né? Aí pede pros amigos que vai. Já pediu alguma coisa já pra ele, já, Edu? Pra algum amigo seu? Ah, então. Mas essa daí é japonesa, né? As boxes japonesas sempre se pagam. O que nós tem que ver é a da brasileira, a 151 brasileira. E não vai ter box, vai ser tudo coleção de quadri, triple pack, box, entendeu? Não, é americana? Ah, tá. Beleza. Então, o box, triple pack, vai vir desse jeito. Então, se o win rate dela vir bom, vai ser maravilhoso. Agora, se vir uma bosta, nossa. Eu primeiro, sinceramente, a box do Scarlet Violet e os triple pack se eu não me engano, acho que era Dragões Ascendentes. Não, Dragões Soberanos. Aquela. Não. Se você conseguir pegar fechada é melhor ainda, viu? Essa box do 151. Tipo, pega duas, uma pra deixar fechada e outra pra você abrir. É a melhor coisa. Porque senão, fechada valoriza mais, né? Só falta colocar já em full screen aqui. Esperar o Pokémon abrir. Apesar de estar o meu globão aqui no relógio, o que importa pra nós não é o relógio, em sim começar o torneio. Esse que é o problema dessa box, dessa coleção. Ela vai vir super faturada pra gente aqui. Lá fora vai ser em torno do quê? Uma box 50, 60 dólares. Aqui pra nós vai estar em torno de 200, 300 reais. Esse que é o problema. É um problema muito grande aqui. Não, mas essa daí é da coleção. É 1.200 reais do que seria, mais ou menos? Você acha que seria? Todas? Ou de algum produto específico? Tipo a box do Charizard Premium. Aquela ali aumentou o preço absurdamente para 2.000 reais. fechada. Não, mas você pegou uma box, né? O que vai vir, assim, que eu falo que vai estar 50, 60 dólares, que vai estar em torno de 150, 200 reais, vai ser só o triple pack não, as box fechadas, né? Então, é a booster box, né, que você pegou. Que foi esse produto da 151 não vai vir box pra gente. Não vai vir booster box pra gente. Não vai vir. Isso é certeza que não vai vir. Vai vir como é que se chama? Quad pack, triple pack, box com promos, tipo 8, 9 cartas dela. Vai vir exatamente que nem veio a Realeza Absoluta. Então os preços delas vai variar, entendeu? R$ 1.200? Então, R$ 1.200 que você pagou na box, cara, não tá ruim não, porque você se pagou na box e ela se pagou, então tá por elas mesmo. Agora tem que ver como é que a Copag vai distribuir isso daqui pra gente, entendeu? Porque não vai ser fácil. Nossa, eu queria tanto essa pelúciazinha. Eu quero tanto essa pelúcia. Não vejo a hora de chegar a pelúcia do Pikachu comendo ramen, velho. É tão bonitinho. Eu, eu não sei se já chegou a ver. O pessoal já chegou a ver. O principal. Principal prêmio do ganhador do Mundial. Nossa, eu sinceramente, se eu fosse os caras que tá lá, eu daria a minha vida ali pra conseguir o prêmio que os caras. Pra tentar ser o melhor mundial. Porque o cara vai conseguir um jaleco, o logo de Oklahoma. De Oklahoma. Escrito Champions. Champion. Todo dourado. Nossa, é lindo, é lindo. É uma coisa maravilhosa. É uma coisa que aquilo ali que quem for vender, é tipo campeão mundial, resolver vender e quem adquirir aquilo ali, não é pra usar. É pra deixar num quadro e guardar. De tão bonito que é o jaleco deles. Maravilhoso. Ah, mais 6 minutos. O Pokémon. Não, depois você dá uma olhada. Procura no coisa assim que teve no trailer. Foi no trailer do Pokémon. Do anúncio do Mundial. Eles mostraram tudo. É maravilhoso. Maravilhoso. Fora que lá os caras vão poder aproveitar. Nossa, eu queria muito eu estar indo lá. Tipo, eu poderia estar perdendo todos os mundial no Mundial do Pokémon. Mas ia lá pra curtir o Cruzeiro. Ia lá pra curtir. Nossa, ia curtir muita coisa. A próxima vez, quem sabe, Dudu? Você consegue chegar lá no. Que agora você tá jogando, né, também? Quem sabe você consegue jogar Júnior? Aí consegue os pontos pra poder ir no Mundial desse daí. Aí vai, pra você que é colecionador, vai ser uma boa, não vai não? Coitado do bolso do seu pai. Seu bolso, do seu pai. Bolso de todo mundo. Ah, mas vai conseguir sim. Ó. É só ver os decks lá certinho. O... as partes do... Como é que se chama? Do meta. Tentar jogar... Isso. Jogar o mais próximo possível daquilo da consistência. Você tendo consistência, você ganha. O baralho de 1000 hoje em dia, ele só não é que ele não tem consistência, ele é muito bom. Só que todo mundo sabe já como jogar contra 1000. O da Gardevoir, o pessoal sabe jogar contra Gardevoir, mas ainda apanha bastante. Lost Box, cara, pra mim o Lost Box puro com o Charizard é um dos mais fortes. Porque eu obrigo o cara a pegar 6 prêmios, praticamente. Pra poder ganhar. Enquanto você tiver um Pokémon X ou um Pokémon V, o cara pega 2. É um absurdo. Ele para 1000. Sim. Acho que é o do Calyrex, né? Calyrex. Ele pode parar 1000. Só que, cara, ele não para o restante do deck meta. Esse que é o problema do deck. Hoje os deck meta é o quê? Lost Box. O Lugia. Lugia Viastro. Guard. Então, a Guard. Quem mais? Não, tem bastante deck, mas que eu conheço assim. Eu acho que vai ser campeão é um desses 4 decks. Lost Box, qualquer variante dele pode chegar lá e surpreender. Gardevoir. Gardevoir vai fazer um estrago. E o 1000, eu acho que 1000 pode chegar no top, mas chegar pra ganhar é muito difícil. A não ser que tenha uma TET muito nova aí, pros caras falar assim, essa daqui é a melhor TET que já tiveram. Porque senão não faz sentido. Agora, os decks... Eu tô torcendo muito pra a doninha do mal, né? A doninha... O Shenpao fazer um estrago nos decks tudo do meta e sagrar-se campeão, porque tem capacidade. E não é à toa que no último torneio eu consegui chegar na final, mas perdi por um Lugia, porque eu não soube jogar, né? Mas eu espero muito que, dependente do deck que os brasileiros for jogar, eu espero muito que pelo menos um brasileiro ganhe esse Mundial. Seja ele na Júnior, na Sênior, na Master. Brasileiro ganhando já tá bom. Aí vai ficar eternizado, né? O Brasil aqui, melhores jogadores. Falta 40 segundos pra começar aqui. Esperar. São 3 dias. Lá já é dia 11, entendeu? Lá. Fala no banner lá que é dia 11, 12 e 13. Pra nós aqui vai ser agora, dia 10, virando pro dia 11. Aí dia 11 virando pro dia 12 e dia 12 virando pro dia 13. Entendeu? É isso daí. Que é lá do outro lado, né? Então os horários não batem. E... tem que ver certinho. E vamos começar, gente. Ver o que vai ter pra nós. Ouça. Ó. Trailerzinho bacana. Pokémon Go, como sempre. Eu tava aí. Latinoamérica na oitava. Nossa. Tô torcendo pro time brasileiro ganhar o Pokémon United, que tem um time brasileiro jogando pra caramba. Aí, ó, nossas cartinhas aí, ó. Ai! Vamos lá, Brasil! Ué, eu gostei dessa mochila aí. Aí, Edu, comprar essa mochilinha pra você, hein? Você comprar pra mim. Ainda tem. Aí. Oklahoma. Mano, o Tokers ali, o maior campeão mundial, o intercontinental, velho. O cara ganhou tudo da gente, todos os continental. O cara ganhou. Torcless. E começou, gente. Oficialmente começou mais um Mundial de Pokémon. Sabia? Vai show de abertura. Nossa, quanta gente, velho. Meu Deus. A última vez que eu vi isso daí foi no Festival de Japão. Só que isso daí já faz coisa. Tá baixo? Deixa eu ver aqui. Pera aí. Melhorou? E aí, se melhorou? Tem que fazer uma outra coisa. Porque eles estão baixo mesmo, viu? Beleza. Tá bom. Fechou. Ah, mano, na moral, não é por nada não, mas o Olodum aí bate brincando nesses caras aí, velho. É só aqui, ó, só na gingada da batida, só no... É basicamente isso. Os cara do Olodum é foda, mano. Isso é tradicional lá do Japão, né? Felicidade do cara, velho. Ó. Só no ritmo envolvente do ragatanga. Esse ritmo aí pros brasileiros, ó. Esse amarretada no... Isso daí é o maluquinho que joga de sem pau. Só marretada. Ó, toma. Caraca, mano. Esse cara aí é o olho dele. Parece comigo quando eu tô puto. Agora ficou interessante. Interessante agora, hein? Ó. O cara é bom mesmo, hein? Aquela travada, normalmente. É, isso daí é deles lá, na internet aqui não, gente. A internet aqui tá boa. Vamos pro Elodum. Oi! Olha quem apareceu aí. Vai curtir com a gente também, Luciana? É minha mãe, viu, gente? Essa daí é minha mãe. Vai curtir com a gente também o Mundial do Pokémon? Aí é a senhora que me apoia a jogar Pokémon. Audi. Oklahoma. Então, fica aí com a gente, beleza? Fica aí com o pessoal, com a galera, vamos. Compartilha. Opa! Acho que essa daí é uma das
Now that is how we get our
as apresentadoras.
kicked off in style. Thank you, Tokyo Dagakiden, for that performance and for getting us off to a banging start.
Ana Procer.
Good morning, or ohayou gozaimasu, to everyone here with us today and all the Pokemon trainers and fans watching from around the globe. My name is Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host all weekend long here in Yokohama, Japan, for the 2023 Pokemon.
Ela tá apresentando o pessoal pra poder ir.
Strongest trainers from around the globe have battled to
Todo
earn their
mundo,
place
né?
here, and we'll be witnessing
Apresentando o evento, tudo.
1,000 trainers compete across Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon Trading Card Game, Pokemon Go,
Falando dos.
Pokemon Unite.
Falando de todas as coisas do Pokémon.
To prove who is the very best, like no one ever was. Before we get things kicked off, it's
Com certeza.
hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company.
Vai aparecer.
Welcome to the stage.
Agora vai aparecer o presidente CEO da Pokémon Company. Aí, Dudu, essa camisa aí, essa blusa aí é parecida com os que os campeão vai ganhar. Só que, tipo, é toda dourada. Imagina essa camisa toda, essa jaleco todo dourado. É maravilhoso.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining me at the Pokemon World Championships.
私たちがポケモンの世界を
Ainda bem que tem tradutor, dá pra entender pelo menos um pouco em inglês.
皆さんがここ日本の横浜での初めての世界大会に参加されることを大変嬉しく思っています。
been over 25 years since we first journeyed in the world of Pokemon, and I couldn't be happier for all of you to join me at the World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan for the first time.
Tá falando que tá amando, tá o Pokémon aqui, tá todo mundo amando a oportunidade de ter o Pokémon aqui.
世界大会こそがその最高の場所です。
The friendships that are formed through competition are one of the most important parts of Pokemon, and the World Championships are truly the best
Pokémon World
representation of that.
1年をかけて今日ここにたどり着いたトレーナーの
Então, essa daí já é bonita pra caramba. Só que essa daí, acho que, se eu não me engano, só ele e mais 2 pessoas tem.
そして今
Que
日
é da
こ
Pokémon.
こまでの道のり
E a dourada dessa daí vai ser
ていただいて
entregue pros campeões.
ご家族や
Os cara, pro pessoal que ganhar
And of course, thanks to all of the family and friends.
ganhar o torneio mundial.
世界大会のたびにポケモンの最新情報をお届けしていますが、まずはトレーナーの皆さんのバトルに集中していただきたいので、それは
Nossa, olha o Squirtle usando crack. Tá com o zóio vermelho.
Here at Worlds, we always like to deliver latest news about Pokemon, but first, we would like you all to focus on our trainers' battles, so please wait for the closing ceremonies on
Tem
Sunday.
bastante gente.
ポケモンは私たち
Fizeram a piadinha com ele.
その最高の楽しみである世界大会がいよいよ始まります。誰が
Uma coisa que eu quero ver aqui
つくのか。
é se alguém vai conseguir fazer a jogada Pegasus.
Pokemon is
Que
something
é- a jogada Pegasus consiste no quê?
Championships are one of the most exciting
Ele fazer todo o processo da jogada,
our new World
falar que vai nocautear e desistir do jogo.
健闘
Porque sabe que vai perder. Essa é a jogada Pegasus.
Best of luck in your battles.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Essa aí.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. I am just as excited as you to start the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
Escreve aí, gente.
Go players
Deixa seus comentários no chat aí, ajuda eu a conseguir
that features
o canal a
you
pegar outro
Pikachu
outro
appearing
patamar,
in the World
chegar em outro
Championship
patamar.
jersey, and other activities to celebrate our event this weekend. Our team of casters and analysts are ready to prepare you for what's to come this weekend in our pregame shows coming up next. And we have more to
Vai
share.
ter esse daí é o negócio do Pokémon Go, hein, gente.
Honor past World Championship moments.
E agora,
Celebrate the themes of our community. Now, everyone who qualified and everyone who has ever competed in a World Championships is trying to make themselves into something more and achieve the status of becoming a Pokemon legend.
você acha que não?
We based our upcoming First World theme around, and it's called
Aí,
Legendary.
ele acha que ele tem as cartas
Get ready to report.
carta mais rara que nem saiu pra ser lançada,
I hope
certeza
you have a
que ele
great
tem.
event. Let's kick off the first day of the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
E vai começar oficialmente agora o Pokémon World Chips. Vamos lá, gente. Vamos lá. Ó.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. You may
Ó, a musiquinha é da hora. A musiquinha é legal.
akira meranai. While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path.
Ó, o Kyogre.
Greatest who would get to meet
Tava. Fácil.
So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be
Oh.
legendary? Have you got what it takes to win?
Curti a musiquinha, gente, ó. Pensou jogar Pokémon ouvindo esse música de fundo? É bom ou não é?
And you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should.
Otária. Ó, os Poltres. Poltres apps articulados. Nossa, que lindo.
Fire always lighting up our path. It's the greatest to forget to leave them all. Do you wanna be?
Esse é o sonho de consumo de todo mundo, ter esse Pikachu, cara. Quem tem esse Pikachu aí? Ó o Caciraga aí.
Do you dream of becoming legendary?
Ó o Pikachu voador. Aí já é TCG. O Pikachu voador é TCG. Contra o Arceus.
Have you got what it takes to win?
Eu lá não lembro o nome dele, não. É um dos jogadores famosos.
Have you got what it takes to win?
TCG, Unite, Pokémon Go e VGC.
Players, if you're in the venue, report to the tournament area. And to the yellow car parked in the venue, you left your lights on. Welcome everybody to the Pokemon World Championships. The biggest stage in Pokemon is happening right here in the biggest of places, Yokohama. Welcome in.
O apresentador Eterenger e Kelix Suvek.
Joined alongside
Susevic.
Luka Sukovic. What else can we say? How else can
Lula
we
Sukovic.
This is going to be a legendary event.
Mano, olha quanta gente ali atrás, velho.
Do you have what it takes to win? I mean, that's what it's all about. We're here at the World.
Não, olha quanta gente ali atrás. E, ó, e só pra lembrar, pra entrar nesse torneio do Pokémon Mundial, é só pro convite. Não tem como você pagar e ir pra lá pra participar do torneio. É só por convite. Então imagina a situação. A Latinoamérica, nós aqui, ó, São Paulo. São Paulo. Ah, eu queria pelo menos chegar no dia 2 do Latinoamérica pra poder pegar umas pontuação boa pra poder ver se ia pra outro lugar.
One last time for this season and have kind of a cap to the season and say, all right, we're going to have this last big event and find out who's going to end up victorious. Who are we going to remember at the end of this weekend?
Ó, eu não gosto de pelúcia, mas se eu fosse pro Mundial, o que eu ia trazer de pelúcia de lá? Meu amigo, nem se conta. Ó, Latinoamérica 200, Sênior 200 e Júnior 200. São 200 pessoas, a Latinoamérica, hein? Do Norte América é da Master 350, Júnior 250. Não, 200 Júnior e Sênior 250. Dos Estados Unidos, 250 Master, 200 Sênior e 200 Júnior. Da Oceania, 200 da todas as categorias. E ó, acho que é o Merid... Ah, não sei dizer essa última aqui, mas acho que é uma seed. Ah, ó, tem bastante gente da Latinoamérica, hein?
Table will be filled with players competing it out throughout this 3-day weekend. Let's take a look.
Ó, tem muita gente ali. Vamos ver qual que é a mesa que vai transmitir e qual os baralhos que nós vai ver.
We'll be showcasing the best Pokémon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $1 million in prizing, and return...
Caraca, é 1 milhão!
Day 1, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required...
É, o dia 1, que é o hoje, o dia 1 de hoje, significa que os que pegaram o pontuação mínima para poder passar pro dia 2, que eu acho, se eu não me engano, o pessoal que ganha agora, passa pro dia 2 e muda muita coisa.
Of course, action happening all day today, starting with our first Swiss rounds. Players playing.
Ó, lá já é 9h45 da manhã, que começa o suíço, rodada 1.
We see that happen all the time in Pokemon TCG throughout tournaments, but today things are a little bit differently. There are a lot.
Ó, eu acho que eu só vou conseguir transmitir até a rodada Rodada 4, gente. Porque aí eu tenho que dormir, que bem ou mal amanhã tem que trabalhar. Aí eu volto de manhã, no outro dia, pra passar mais coisa. Mas vamos ver aí o que dá. E só lembrando, o AM pra eles lá é PM aqui pra nós. E o PM pra eles é o AM aqui pra nós. Então, tipo, enquanto lá tá de dia, aqui tá de noite.
They begin right now, and of course players from all different regions. The ones we've been following the most though, North America. Let's take a look at some of our top players for day one in the North America region.
Yep, there's the Clara. And yeah, Clara brings that back, and there's the cross
Nossa.
into the
Ah, Norte América, ganhadora, né?
Concealed cards, sends that card to the discard pile. Attach for turn. V-Star power, put the energies on the active, and Hydro Break takes the KO.
Caraca.
If he can find Reggie Gigas and Regice, and he's done it! Sam Chen has found.
Vai lá, Dudu. Depois, amanhã nós entra de novo, eu passo um resumo pra você do que a gente tem aqui, beleza? Vai lá.
Favor there. So many mulligan, absolute stellar hand.
Nossa.
That Galarian zigzagoon. You want to see so
Nossa, saudade dessa época. Saudade dessa época maravilhosa.
Put that onto the Regidrago, but at this point,
that's so
that's
unfortunate.
Regigigas for ya.
And what a absolutely huge win here for Michael Pramawat.
So many talented players on this list.
Ah, vamos ver que se tem alguém aqui que nós conhece, que é brasileiro.
You gotta pick one. Who are you really looking at here as a great chance to make it through to day 2 and have a shot at that world's title?
I mean, there's so
Acho que os nossos brasileiros conseguiram passar tudo pro dia 2, viu?
that jumps out to me right away is Cyrus Davis. I mean, she won NAIC. You know, it wasn't very long ago, but I feel like people have already forgotten.
Brasileiro saiu tudo pro dia 2. Brasileiro.
I took the
Se
event.
tiver um ou outro aqui, viu, no dia 1.
Looking forward to seeing what Cyrus is going to bring here. You see the first two names there, Piper and Cyrus. Those were the two players who were kind of right on the bubble for the top 16 for North America, not making it for the automatic day 2. So I think those two players are going to have kind of a chip on their shoulders and come ready to play and really prove to everybody, hey, I belong in day 2 here at Worlds.
Seeking out that vengeance, so close, of course, that day 2 race, so close, so tight for these players. And speaking of which, we've got 3 players to look out for day 2 in North America.
Oh, here we go, Chip. Let's see what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw
Reagan.
for turn, the powerful energy. He
There we
prepped it with
go.
the Arangaroo, knew that he would have that option to close out the game. Ultra Ball does get the Pikachu.
Ah, no Norte América, o Azul Garcia.
Azul has 2 Pikachus set up on the bench, and I don't know that there's anything Isaiah can send up. He says he can't win. Azul Garcia Griego is the North American International Champion.
Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double.
Na Europa, o Torque. Mano, o Thor de Rec leve é muito. É muito. Ah, velho.
If you've been following along at the all this season, these are players to look out for. Going across, Alex Szymanski, what a season. It felt like always the second
Pra mim, o absurdo aí é o Azul Garcia é um puta de um jogador muito completo, mas o Torque Recleve é muito fora da curva.
Rookie of the year by far.
Yeah, just playing Lugia all the time, basically. We'll see if Reagan will decide to bring Lugia one last time for one last ride this season. And then, of course, Azul Garcia Griego. If you've been watching it all in the last few
Vamos ver os brasileiros.
this guy is multiple time
Só lembrando que o
players from North America, and we will see them in day 2
que o
tomorrow.
Gustavo Ada, ele ganhou o Internacional da Oceania, foi da Oceania? É, da Oceania, 2 vezes. Uma antes da pandemia e uma depois que ele voltou, depois que voltou da pandemia. Ele ganhou 2 vezes, ele é bicampeão lá da Oceania.
Essentially, what is the main bracket? This just because you qualify doesn't mean you're right there at Worlds. You've still got to put a lot of work in day 1. We've seen time and time again these top players, these names that we've talked about in day 1, not be able to quite make it through to day 2. Things happen in Pokemon, but of course, there are more regions than just North America. Europe has had a strong showing, so let's take a look at some of the day 1 players in the European region.
Stefan is one turn away from winning another
Field blower.
Are you kidding me?
Useless.
Nossa, melhor baralho que já fizeram. Ó, o Pikachu e Zekrom,
This
cara.
is just, I think, the worst consecutive series of draws I've ever seen.
I don't know that he can even prevent it, and that's
There's
it.
nothing that he can do. Stefan Ivanov is your back-to-back North American International Champion.
And of note, Robin plays 2.
Nossa, olha, tá pulele, velho. Ai, que saudade dessa época.
Is the Lele there? It is.
Ó,
Guzma, and that
o Guzma. Ai,
is the 2018 Masters
ai, saudade.
champion.
To get a KO on that Zoo Insidiouai retreats to the Pumpkaboo, but I
Ah, esse daí foi recente. É o Mundial, acho que do ano passado. É, do ano passado, ó, 2022.
And Andre will be your 2022 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion for the second time in 3 tournaments. Europe's gone and done it, Joe. Congratulations to Andre.
And so many players to look at here in terms of the day 1 race. I mean, new players, old players. I mean, Sammy Sakum is a name that pops up to me right away. I mean, you played with him years ago. I'm sure you have countless stories, and it's awesome, at least from my perspective, to see
Robin
him here at
Schultz.
World Championships year after year.
Robin Schultz.
It's going to be so exciting to see how these new
Oshua,
players.
Antônio.
Yeah, tons of excellent players.
Robin Schultz é forte, cara. Esse Ohan aí eu não
Region for many
conheço
years
não.
now. You see former world champion Robin Schultz on this list.
Robin Schultz é muito,
Who just won last year.
muito forte.
They're both going to be competing in day 1 of this event this year. So just tons of excellent players from Europe as well.
So much talent, and this isn't even including the players in day 2, the ones who have had excellent
Vamos
performance.
ver na hora que chegar os brasileiros.
Players.
Já era pra ter começado já essas pares aí.
It looks like Reagan is actually going to concede game 1 super quick.
Ó, Oceania.
And
É
Pepper's
ganso.
going to take a very quick 1 game to 0 lead, and it turns out going aggressive with the Raikou, definitely the right choice.
Lugia gets discarded. Charizard will get fully
No Latinoamérica, eu vi isso daí, o Torcer Reckless fazendo um estrago, meu amigo.
Reckless coming out on top here in Latin America.
Retreats to the pump.
Tá torcendo pro brasileiro ganhar aqui.
Andre, are we going to see a boss's orders in his hand?
We
There
do
it
see it there,
is!
and Andre will be your 2022 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion for the second time in 3 tournaments. Europe's gone and done it, Joe. Congratulations to Andre.
So much talent throughout Europe, of course. Have to mention Andre again. He is the reigning
Torcer Reckless. Esse é perigoso, o Torcer Reckless.
You know, we could
Reckless.
see that again. And
Esse é perigoso, viu?
I feel like at this point, with his success in the modern era, he is the well-known, most
E vai vir de guard.
completed, the perfect circuit of the international.
Vai vir de guard. Pode ter certeza que vai vir de guard. Ele.
National championships. That's what
Ele pode ter certeza que vai vir de guard.
great events, wins at regional championships, wins now at 4 international championships. Can he get that world's win? He's got a top 4, but it's going to be up to him to see if he can break through.
Yeah, another player who has a world's top 4 is Pedro. He's had an excellent career at this point, honestly. Tons of top 8s at international championships, a former international champion.
Galera,
We have
compartilha aí o vídeo pro pessoal poder ver aqui para participar do Mundial. Poder mandar umas perguntas no chat. Tudo. Se eu souber, eu respondo pra vocês.
I'm on the list for multiple regions, and I'm interested to see how this all plays out. Latin America and Oceania also coming in strong. Let's look at some of the talent who have made it to day 1 of Worlds.
Aí, vai vir, ó. Agora acho que vai vir um do nosso. Ah, da Oceania ainda. Ó o Gustavo Ada aí, ó.
But this is going to be the last turn here, and we are seeing the handshake. Gustavo
Da Latinoamérica e Oceania, Gustavo Ava.
Pinging the Greninja, putting 10 damage on it. The scoop.
Pablo Menza.
And there's a lost mine. Pablo Mesa taking game.
Pablo Mesa é...
So, as Angus, you
Durango.
create cards in the lost zone. So I feel like
Angus,
you want
Angus.
to worry more about, knocking out the attacker.
So much talent. We always talk about these regions. They've had great success at the world stage. Lots of names.
Ó, Otávio Guerra.
Performed extremely well.
Oxe, cadê o povo?
Be surprised to see some of these
Esse daqui eu acho que é da Oceania.
Yep, we saw Gustavo and Pablo there, both Day 2 players. They've been excellent players for a long, long time.
Acho que é o pessoal ainda no corrida, depois vai vir o...
This year and still managed to make Day 2, just testament
Cadê
but yeah, here just
William Azevedo.
excellent players to watch, this time from LATAM and Oceania. Yeah, I mean, it just not that long ago that we didn't have a world champion from the Oceania region, so
Aí,
see
gente.
if that can happen again.
Speaking of which, we can highlight our Day 2 players from the Latin America and Oceania region. Let's take a look.
And use McCargo GX.
He's going to
That's
remove
it.
all the energy, and that is going to do it.
Nossa.
Your 2019 Pokemon trading card game Master
Aí não.
Division World Championship.
Ai não, pelo amor de Deus.
Boss's orders on the other side, and that
Pedro Petrucci, olha lá.
things up there. Zacian V gonna be knocked out, and that
Pablo Maza ganhou do Pedro Petrucci, mas eu acho que é um grande jogador, Pedro Petrucci.
Yeah, or maybe at the very least wanted to see one more card as well. But no, there it is. So John with no answer to that scoops up his cards, and Pedro wins a very, very quick game one.
So much
Andy,
incredible talent. Henry went on
Pablo
to
Meza, Pedro
essentially
Petrucci.
getting a Day 2 invite in the last quarter, came over to a U.S. Regional Championship, took it down.
Ah, mas ainda acho que o Gustavo Ada
Day
é
one,
um
and that's a huge advantage.
grande jogador. Deveria estar aí. Ah, o Pedro Petrucci aí tá jogando bem.
Month-long trip to America to just farm some NA regionals, and then now he's here at Day 2 of Worlds. Yeah, another former world champion in the field. Pablo, maybe at this point, one of our longest tenured players at the World Championships. Back in 2005, has a top 4 finish at the World Championships, has multiple top 8s as well. Looking to have another magical run
Tem
here.
que ver mais sobre o Pablo Meza, porque ele é um grande jogador e provavelmente ele vai vir com uma surpresa aí.
It's the best of the best here at the
Porque todos os decks dele que ele veio com uma surpresa que era quebrava muito meta. O Pedro Petrucci provavelmente vai vir de Lugia. É o deck que ele joga muito bem. É fora da curva o deck dele de Lugia.
We've got some coverage on the Mesa region for Day 1, so let's go ahead and take a look at
Aí nós vai ter que ver o meta, né?
Looks like we've got a list of our players for Day 1.
Nossa, pouca gente do MASA.
Listen, we've had some crazy stories of players making it through the Day 1 grinder, making it through the Day 1 competition at Worlds, and becoming out World Champions. And hey, look, everybody loves a good underdog story, right? I'm all for it, and I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a learning experience for us as well. This is an opportunity for us to get exposure to players from regions that we're not used to seeing in coverage, and in our North America, Europe, Oceania, Latin America, those regions. We get a chance now to see talent from all over the world, and maybe we'll...
Pra aí, galera. Vamos lá, compartilha aí pra poder mandar o máximo de gente aí pra poder... Nossa, os caras é tão bem conhecido que não tem foto dos caras. Ah, né? Então manda, compartilha aí pra mais gente poder tá me ajudando aí, gente. Curte o vídeo, curte a live, compartilha. Estão me ajudando bastante.
Lots to talk about. I'm super excited to see. We're getting through all this pre-game show, and I know the one thing I want to see more than anything is how the meta has shaped out for this event. Day 1, Day 2, but how decks are Day 1 really makes a difference. And wow, that is a big surprise.
102. Lugia V-Star vai jogar bastante. Card, Lost Zone e Giratina. Lost Box Zone pura depois. E Arceus e Giratina depois, com 10%. Mano, nós vai ter muito Lugia Viastro. Ó, pra você ver que agora Mil nem aparece nesse rank, porque todo mundo já conhece como jogar contra Mil. Então ele nem aparece mais aí. Ó, e 35% usando outro deck.
This deck does have on paper a very good matchup into the Arceus decks, and with Arceus decks performing well, you can either use that Stone Journal or the single strike Urshifu VMAX, both.
Tem 35% usando outro tipo de deck, então pode ser uma surpresa. Porque se tem 35 usando outros decks,
as a
E
percentage.
15% Lugia, 14 Gardevoir e
Still something to note that this deck has sort of from
Gardevoir X.
this Paldea Evolved format, whether
13% de...
exploded in popularity since Scarlet and Violet Instant Rotation.
Yep.
Ah, esse vai ser disputado, viu? Esse vai ser um Mundial disputado.
As we get along is, you know, there is kind of a different incentive in day one. You're really playing to not tie. So we might see players gravitate towards decks that are very good at finishing out games quickly. You know, Lugia would fall into that category, Arceus typically. So that could be a reason why the Giratina version of a Lost Zone deck is...
Giratina Lost Box é um deck forte. Só que eu acho que o Arceus Giratina é mais forte do que o Giratina Lost Box. O Lost Box sozinho é mais forte.
Want to play a more spicy deck, something a little bit more out there? There are also the players in day 2 watching what you're playing, taking notes, scouting. Maybe better to play, as we see, some of these more straightforward, streamlined decks. Save your play for day 2 and capitalize them, but it is...
Mas eu imaginei que o Lugia ia jogar, porque o Lugia tá ganhando tudo. O Lugia é um deck muito forte, o Lugia.
Conundrum of what do you do in that situation?
Yep, and I'll be curious to see if anybody, any of the testing teams out there came up with anything crazy. Are we going to see any road decks out there? Some like
a capacidade do Lugia de trazer os Arceops que puxa energia pra energizar ele, o Tiranitar é absurdo. É absurdo. É fora da curva. Nossa, maravilhoso.
Beautiful Charizard terrestrialized to be a dark type, and we've been seeing some results, of course. I'm following things, at least in Japan, checking out this deck, and hey, look, it's been performing well. It's looking to be a super powerful powerhouse card. Stage 2 Pokemon EX are back and making a splash. Maybe more a burning sensation than a splash with this card, but you can go ahead and redeem it online on PTCG Live. Use that code, celebrate WCS23, and get yourself this beautiful card.
Yeah, get that hyper rare Charizard EX, and yeah, the newest expansion, Scarlet and Violet Obsidian Flames, is available on Pokemon TCG Live right now. It will not be legal for play this weekend at the World Championships, but if you want to get a head start on the next format, there you go. Get a nice Charizard EX for your deck.
Absolutely. Excited to play some more games on PTCG Live. Get everything.
Hey, como é que vai ser?
That.
Vai ser.
We are in our home country, essentially, of Japan, and viewers are here. Players are here from all over the world. There's so many stories, so much happening, bustling around, and the best place for you, me, and anybody tuning in.
Eu queria essa cadeira deles aí, ó. Pokémon.
Check out our content. I know I'll be using that hashtag play Pokemon throughout this weekend, and you should too. Follow
There's
along
also
with our
Pokemon
action.
Worlds.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, we got our own hashtag for Worlds this year, Ethan.
I saw on Twitter it had the little like Pikachu logo with him eating the ramen, so I'm happy to see that.
That's beautiful, yeah. Yeah, you can feel the excitement in the room.
E aí, Marcel, boa noite.
To Yokohama, you can follow all the action along.
Veio ver com a gente aí? O Mundial de Pokémon, torcer pros brasileiros.
In the building, everybody's excited.
Eu não vou conseguir estar cobrindo todo o Mundial. Gostaria, mas não vou conseguir. Mas é bem provável que no dia 2, o dia 2 eu vou conseguir cobrir inteiro. Dia 2.
Speaking of players, let's take a look at some of our notable players for day 1 from Japan.
Oh.
So looking on this list.
Nossa, essa é minha preocupação maior.
We just saw them here.
Minha preocupação maior. É os brasileiros, cara. Esses japoneses, quer dizer, brasileiros não. Porque os japoneses inventam cada coisa que é mirabolante, que você não entende. Olha lá, tá o Shitaru Ito, nosso jogador, o Ryota, o Daishi eu não conheço.
Yeah, and of course, right there after Shintaro Ito, former world champion, also got a second place at the World Championships.
Fica aí com a gente aí. Fica aí com a galera aí. Manda. Compartilha aí pro pessoal aí. Chama mais gente aí pra nós. Pessoal, eu tô cobrindo o Pokémon TCG, tá? É o de card game. Tem no Mundial tá tendo o Pokémon TCG, o Pokémon VGC, é o do videogame. Ah, tá. Entendeu? Do Gilão.
Champions League placing and top 4 players.
Eu tenho que ver a live dele depois.
Another way to qualify for day 2.
Eu tenho que ver o Pokémon. Aí tá o Pokémon TCG, o Pokémon VGC, que é o do videogame, o Pokémon Go e United. Pokémon United. São esses quatro Pokémon aqui que tá no Mundial. Eu tô cobrindo do TCG. Provavelmente vai ter mais gente que vai estar...
Winner of Japan Nationals. So some more excellent players.
Ah, tá. A live de vendas dele na roxinha.
For the players from Japan to win this one.
Já comprou bastante coisa lá? Já gastou bastante dinheiro? Fala pra nós aí.
The first World Championships in Japan.
So much love for this region and all the other regions as well. Let's take a look at how South Korea is shaping out to be. Of course, players.
Nossa, do Japão.
A little bit.
Pô, os caras não conseguem tirar uma foto decente não dos players do Japão, pô.
I know Nationals was a big thing there for these players and I'm just excited to see
Tomasa, Suzuki.
for this event.
Ali já tem já nós vai ter uma Yamaha.
Yeah, we'll see some names of players from South Korea coming up next.
Então tá no lucro ainda. Então dá pra gastar umas cartas, dá pra gastar uns dinheiro aí. Se ele não tá estourado. Aí sim.
Will some of these names keep popping up throughout the standings? I know we have
É muita gente, né?
very recognizable player in day 2 from South Korea. But,
mano, o quanto você tem que ser um grande jogador pra conseguir convite pra poder ir pro Mundial, velho. Eu fico me pensando nisso. Tipo, eu jogo Pokémon. Ah, cara, mas o tiozão você tá de sacanagem, né? Porque o tiozão é... As coisas que ele vende ali, que é o que ele fala de lixo, é basicamente as coisas que nós gosta de jogar, pô. Ele coloca lá Final Fantasy a preço de banana. Aí quando você vai ver, você comprou 5 mil reais só de jogo. Sabendo que você não vai jogar metade. Tem isso também. Eu não tô mentindo, Marcelo. Você sabe muito bem que metade dos jogos que você tem, você não joga metade. Tô errado?
Just all around, maybe the best Pokemon player ever. Whatever Pokemon game he decides to play, he becomes an expert at it and makes it to the World Championships.
Então,
We have great list of players here to...
Mas você tá fechando a coleção completa dos retrô? É bem mais complicado de arrumar ou só os jogos mesmo?
We have players from everywhere, but you know, when you go by region, it's amazing just to see.
Porque a coleção completa do retrô, que é os videogames, é salgado. Tem alguns jogos do retrô que é salgado, mas não é, eu não acho tão complicado quanto os aparelhos. Se conseguir os aparelhos, é bem mais tenso. Algumas coisas que é edição limitada, é complicado.
There are a few players that maybe we sort of recognize or see a little bit as well. I know Quilom Lee is a player that we featured on the stage a few times as well. He has made it to day 1. You never know with these regions. A lot of these players, just like the other regions from Asia, they get to play with these.
Ah, tá, o Meguinha.
Play Pokemon circuit, right? So North America, Europe, Latin America.
Porra, mas ele não tinha acabado da última vez, a Meguinha lá no tiozão?
To this format, to have an edge and have that.
Eu me lembro uma vez que foram atrás, quando ele tinha vendido rápido no tiozão. Meguinha.
Yeah. Jitmin Lim is a player who stands out to me. Has been competing at the World Championships for over a decade now. Yeah, there's actually several players out here I recognize who have had lots of success at the World
Ásia Pacífico.
We'll see if that can happen.
Deixa eu ver se eu conheço alguém aqui.
Day 2 players qualifying through their respective.
Faço ideia de quem que fez esse cara.
To look at as well. You never know what can happen. I mean, the system works so weird. It's sort of unaware to us whether you have a strong finish at something like a national level championship or a local championship.
É que no tiozão ele tinha vendido, se eu não me engano, ele tinha 10 no estoque. Ele fez a live e vendeu tudo. Todos os meguinha dele ele vendeu.
if you're gonna consistently place at these events giving
Eu não sou tipo, nossa, grande colecionador de videogames, né? Eu pego mais alguma coisa que eu quero jogar, tudo, mas colecionar sim, colecionar é meio... Eu prefiro colecionar minhas cartinhas de Pokémon. É caro, mas cada um com seu gosto, né?
Become legendary. All it takes, Ethan, very simple, just win the World Championship.
Listen, neither of us have done it, so we can't talk it up too much. But
oh, yeah, I wasn't even close.
you got your share at some more events than I do, so I can't talk as much as you can. But sometimes players have their demons. Yours was Worlds, mine was not having maybe enough time to play in the competitive circuit, so it's a little bit different for both people.
Yep, but I'm really excited just to.
É bem provável, viu? Ele consegue muita coisa. O tiozão ele consegue muita coisa. Tem muitos jogos que eu quero pegar dele, só que eu não consegui pegar por causa da... Já teve gente que deu o lance mais rápido na Twitch. E eu acho justo. A pessoa que pediu primeiro conseguir pegar as coisas.
Legendary indeed, and I don't know about you, but sometimes I've made some great predictions this year, but this is where it counts the most. And whether it's at home or not, I think just between the casters, we all sort of give each other props if we pick the right cards. See what we picked out together.
Eu tenho que ver ainda as coisas que eu não consegui ver certinho.
Was a good choice or not? I mean, I can at least talk for myself to start things off. Arceus V-Star, card that performed well last year at Worlds. It's in a prime spot to do well.
Pau. Mano, Arceus e Mil. Não, esse primeiro coisa não vai. O Mil não vai ser o segundo. Eu acho que ele vai ser top, mas segundo não vai. Arceus e Shenpao. Talvez. Pikachu voador e Lost Zone? Não. Giratina e Palkia. Se esse Palkia for o Palkia com Shenpao, talvez. Miraidon e Umbreon. Pouco provável. Agora, esse último aqui já foi mais consciente. Gardevoir e Giratina.
That would be quite the feat. Like you said, some of these celebration cards have just found their way at the right time to jump into meta. Chien-Pao EX is a deck that's been saved.
Vai me dizer que você tá atrás do...
One deck. It's got that mix of explosive power with that Hail Blade and super...
Ai, qualquer Pokémon...
As well as the canceling clone shenanigans you can do to take multiple prizes against these one prize.
Ah, esqueci o nome agora, que é o Pokémon Stadium. Você não tá atrás do Pokémon Stadium 2 não, né? É o 2 ou 1 que é o caro? Acho que é o 2. Se tiver atrás desse Pokémon Stadium 2, eu bato no C.
It's my demon right now. You get that there, it's pretty solid. And Umbreon VMAX as well, a card that, again, it seems like came into the limelight last year, 2020, 2021, and now at the end of the year, found its great typing against things like Mew VMAX and Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here is that there's a wide variety of strategies that can be successful. It's a wide open field here at the World Championships. There are a ton of different decks that could come out on top of this weekend.
Arceus e Mew VMAX.
I think that's a safe.
Cara, o Mew VMAX ele é um deck bom.
It feels like with each
Só que muita gente já sabe jogar contra ele. O Shenpao é uma surpresa. Shenpao. O Arceus eu acho que ganha, mas o Shenpao é uma surpresa. Ele tem potencial, mas
Hard to go wrong indeed.
tem que ver alguém que joga bem com ele, entendeu?
I picked Colress's Experiment as my card to put in there.
Real bold.
I know, real bold. I got a lot of flack for that one, but pick something.
Odeio Lost Box.
Mew VMAX, all solid cards. It really could be.
Tá.
So much excitement.
Do Game Boy. É os mais antigos então, que é os mais caros. Provavelmente é o Red, o Leaf Green. Red, Leaf Blue ou até mesmo o Yellow. Daí são os mais caros, só que agora tem que ver qual que é o Pokémon. O Pokémon mais caro, que provavelmente deve ser o Firehead. A primeira geração. Os do Game Boy são os mais caros.
Just to see how much Pokemon has grown and evolved over the years, and I'm just glad to still be a part of it.
Well, you've heard enough talk from us. I know why you fans are really here. It's to view some Pokemon TCG action. Round 1 of the World Championships. Let's throw
Vamos lá, pô, round 1, gente.
this match and check out where our players are. See, we weren't lying about the car. It's out here in the venue. We're seeing it. It's parked on. Get your lights off. We told you nicely.
Ah, da primeira é bem complicada, que essa daí é mais cara. Da terceira ainda não é tão cara. Mas da primeira geração, todas ali são caras. Já começamos bem, hein? O Giratina e Koufei, o Giratina Lost Box, e um Lugia e um Arceops. Começamos bem, hein?
In the standard format back in the D block. They've changed a lot since then. Still the same 2 decks, still the same 2 ideas. Giratina V-Star with that
Vamos ver.
Lost Zone Giratina versus...
Não faço ideia de quem que seja esses caras, mas vamos ver como é que o cara joga com... Cada um joga com o deck dele.
Repeatedly for his name. But yeah, our current reigning world champion, of course, last year won with Arceus V-Star, the ADP deck.
Pô, normalmente eles colocam esse placar lá em cima, aí vai lá e coloca embaixo. Ou cambada de animal também, né?
Bring in the Giratina V-Star, but going up against a Lugia deck. And this is a great way to kick things off for day number 1. Of course, love to see how last year's world champion is going to be.
Sério? Eles inverteram então?
This matchup as well. Now, one card that I want to talk about a little bit is this V-Guard energy.
Caraca, mano, eu não sabia disso daí não. Pra mim, o primeira geração era o ridículo do valor. A terceira geração ainda dava pra conseguir. Então, provavelmente, a terceira geração não tem mais. Então, por isso que aumentou o preço dele. E a primeira pode ter um pouquinho, pode ter algum encontro, entendeu? Mas não deve ter baixado o valor, não. Nossa, 2 energias já Nossa! No Lugia, 3 energias especiais. No prêmio, mano, é muita coisa. O cara vai ter que dar muita sorte.
A card that Andre used very well last year.
Different decks.
O bom é que não vai ter uma trilha para o Kumi para poder parar o Lugia dele.
Lugia V-Star, Summoning Star ability. You can't get your Archeops out. It feels like you're playing not even a competitive tier deck. That is the whole.
É bem isso mesmo.
Primal Turbo, one of the most powerful abilities.
É que é bem isso mesmo. Quem tem não vende. E se vende, é tipo valores que você não pagaria nunca. É um bagulho muito ridículo. E começou, gente. Vamos ver. Primeiro turno. É o Lugia que começa. Nossa, um Squarkabilly. Olha! Um Lugia com Squarkabilly. Interessante. Já perdi pra um desses. Golf. Squarkabilly.
Walk and Seize, having to discard a bunch of resources. Andres does get 6 cards. Wow, 2 Lugia V-Star hitting the discard pile on turn 1.
Mano, ele descartou 2 Lugia V-Star.
If this doesn't flip tails, it flips heads.
This is
wow.
We're getting right off.
Nossa, velho. Começou muito mal. Ele precisava de básico, ele precisava do Lugia. Ele não conseguiu o Lugia. E descartou 2 Lugia Viastro. Meu Deus. Nossa, o que passa na cabeça do cara agora na primeira rodada acontecer isso com ele? Meu Deus do céu.
Getting Archeops out is all you need. They find the Archeops. I think there's a Mezagoza.
Oh, yeah. You gotta go for that.
Yeah, there's no world where you don't go for this. And this is a big flip. If there's not a heads here, there is.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Ah, o Elo tá nesse valor mesmo. O Esmeralda, R$700 é surpresa. Porque antes que eu vi, ele tava uns 600. Aumentou R$100. Agora, se tá desse jeito, da terceira geração deve estar mais. Porque a terceira geração, quando eu vi, que tinha, era 100, R$150. Você tá falando que tá chorando por causa da terceira geração, provavelmente ele passa dos 1000 brincando.
It really wants to use Colress's experiment, so the hand should be pretty safe for now. And
Nossa, que triste, velho.
passing the turn over to Andre. Looks like we've got the battle of both. Starting off, trying to see if he can at least get some deck information and great hand for here. It looks like maybe 2 battle VIP pass and a Colress. This is a Giratina's player dream to start this turn off.
Yeah, that's a champion start if I've ever seen one. Starting off the World Championships with the Battle VIP Pass. You know, you say there's not much hand disruption, and usually that's true for these kinds of decks, but not true for Andre. Actually playing multiple ways to disrupt,
complicado,
including 1 copy of Iono. So the hand may not be as safe as you would usually think in this kind of a matchup. The big thing though is early on.
É por aí, nossa, eu não sabia que tava tão pesado assim, não.
We've seen these decks many times throughout the course of the season.
Ele conseguiu um Forest, acho que ele já tá muito na frente do cara do Endress. O Andrade.
Spirit Tomb come down. Okay.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Esse que é o problema do
It's interesting. I mean, it's
do Lost Box,
I think a lot of players get it down to stop Luminion V.
Ele seta muito rápido as coisas.
That the Lugia deck can search out a specific supporter like Professor Burnett and really set up those Archeops. So, yeah, Andre is just valuing it right away, saying, all right, the way I want to win this matchup is by having Unut set up.
Greninja. Mano, setou muito rápido.
That second battle VIP pass, creating almost the perfect
2 VIP, passe de batalha VIP.
Double Comfey into play. Flower selecting will be online.
Setou muito rápido.
Ninja making it all go. And look at this. 5 basic surges in this hand. A supporter.
Agora aceitou.
Not bad, yeah. I think a Colress's experiment in hand as well.
Agora a coisa ficou feia pro lado dele, viu?
Bring up a Comfey and start using the flower selecting. So, hey, so far both players are going to have great starts. You will notice that.
Nossa, mas o ruim do jogo de Lost Box é simplesmente pelo fato de dos caras fazer tanta coisa, ele fica não é rápido o suficiente.
Andre just kind of taking this one slow, just trying to pile up cards into the Lost Zone. Hopefully on turn 2 you get 7 cards into the Lost Zone, and then you start playing Mirage Gates and you go from there.
Já mandou 2 para Lost Zone.
Already has enough Comfey down to play, and the bench full, can't play that Battle VIP pass, and it's an unplayable card after turn 1. So easy choice there. Did find the escape rope, so we can start to pivot these Pokemon out of the active. Use the flower selecting, and Andre understanding, look, you got to make a choice first before I bring anything up, and I think seeing both these Giratina down, it's pretty safe to just promote the Squawk ability and accept that it's my 1 retreat Pokemon. It gives me a little bit more flexibility if I want to move out, and if I miss, it's not as liable as something like Lugia V-Star getting knocked out in the following turn.
Interessante, jogada boa.
Andre found path to the peak.
Agora ele tem para recuar, ele tem a Jet Energia. Liga a Jet Energia.
Path to the peak, a signature card for Andre.
Faz outro.
He's going to go straight into the Abyss Seeking.
Smart play. There's really a lot that Andre is going to need on Floris' side to get going this turn. Take a knockout on this with Path in play, with no Archeops in discard pile, with Spiritomb shutting off Lumen.
Eu usava outro Lost Box, outro Conf. Aí depois talvez eu usava o Giratina.
What is the top deck for turn?
Luminion.
That would have been a great card to get there, but
yep.
What else is in the hand? It looks like there is a therapeutic energy in the hand.
Fez o Lugia, mas não pode usar habilidade por causa da trilha para o cume.
You need to find the counter stadium, you need to find the second.
Então a situação ainda tá crítica.
Yep. And there's no Mesa Goza for you to use.
O Lugia volta de 0 a 100 brincando, viu? Não é surpresa nenhuma o Lugia conseguir virar esse jogo.
Like Pumpkaboo in this deck, so there's no easy way to search out a Pokemon to discard the stadium. Now, albeit it's not a great Pokemon to have down in this matchup, but it's more important to have that down if it means being able to attack and put pressure on. So we'll see the professor's research, discarding the Luminion.
Conseguiu um estádio, traz já um Archeops.
Cards from the deck. What is the look? And This sand is definitely not going to get him to where he needs to be.
That ain't it. And you can see the Spiritomb actually made a huge difference in this game. It prevented Luminion V from searching for Professor Burnett, which would have allowed Lugia V-Star to get to play. Forced Andres to use the Professor's research and was unable to find a way to get a second Archeops in the discard pile, and it's going to completely disrupt the game plan here. The question now is, if you're Andres, you look at this.
Esse Spiritomb aí, ele para muita coisa.
Should I just concede this game and move on?
I think you pick your cards up here. I think honestly.
Mas Spiritomb já para.
I mean, even with this hand.
Tem muita carta que vem aí pra parar 1000. Então, se nós ver 1000 aí, não se surpreende, porque esse Spiritomb aí pode parar o 1000. Ainda mais o 1000 Turbo. Se for o 1000 com Meloeta, beleza, mas 1000 Turbo.
I guess it improves your outs of drawing a supporter card next turn to bail yourself out, but I mean, on Andre's side, you can just burn the clock more off, right? Just make
teve nada pra fazer.
Are we going to see a Motivate here to deal 20 damage?
I think it was a pass. Yeah, could have used Motivate to do that 20 damage, but maybe a bit of nerves here for Andres. It's the first round of the World Championships. You're on the stage. Yeah, I think
ele tem que pensar bem agora.
You can do 20 damage there. There are no basic energy in this deck, so you can't accelerate energy with that attack. But yeah, gotta be a frustrating situation.
Boa segunda energia.
You know, summoning star and just things not going very well.
On Andres Scooball's side right now, there is really not a lot going on in this hand. That Path does shut off his own Radiant Greninja from using the concealed cards ability, and I think Sableye some energy cards, and that's it. And it's going to be another Abyss Seeking, and a great selection of cards there. May have to actually pitch away both of these switching outs. I mean, definitely want to keep that Colress, and I definitely see the switch card, and we'll see what the other card was kept in it. Yes, it is that Mirage Gate, so two of them hitting the Lost Zone, and Radiant Serena is the top deck. And I think, in my mind, alarm bells are sounding off and saying, you can't tie this early on. A round one tie puts you in such a deep spot.
Já tá ligando o Mirage Gate já. Já o portão de Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you're
tá fazendo com 10 já tá o Giratina fazendo a festa.
Not going to be able to do really anything this turn. It looks like a Read the Wind is coming. So you're still going to be pretty far behind, and you got to assume that next turn, Andre's going to be able to use Giratina V-Star to get a knockout with Lost Impact and, you know, start to get really far ahead in this game. You know, you did.
Nossa, ele não tem estádio, velho.
Andre still didn't do anything, but I mean, when you come back to your turn and still.
Pior coisa que você quer enfrentar é um Lost Box logo de cara, velho.
Yeah, you need to start thinking about. Maybe it's good to go on to the next game, but Andres is gonna keep playing this one out. It's time for the old turn 3, Read the Wind. I'd be interested to see statistics on how often.
Agora tá com estádio. Próximo turno o Lugia tá voltando pesado. O Lugia tá voltando daquele jeito.
Also got it going on. Did smartly decide to use that. Of course, it did also bring that Squawk ability out of the active. It would have even also been knocked out by a Shred attack. And there's Psychic Energy and the Giratina V-Star. That means Lost Impact is available. And now with the 7 cards in the Lost Zone, can even use this Mirage Gate and power up something like the second Giratina V-Star, or even just get some energy into play to throw away with this Lost Impact. Though, at that point, you've got to wonder if your opponent did find something like a Counter Stadium off of those 3 cards. Are you scared of a Tyranitar using that single strike crush, knocking you out and getting rid of those resources that you pumped into this active Giratina V-Star?
Yeah, everything's going well for Andre here. It's always an interesting decision on kind of where do you put your energy with Mirage Gate.
Olha lá, Mirage Gate.
Impact with Giratina V-Star, you can.
Giratina fazendo a festa, matando qualquer coisa.
So it's always a tricky situation trying to figure out how much energy do I leave on my active versus leaving on benched Pokemon. I'm sure Andre will figure that out here, but lots of Mirage Gates flying. No lack of energy here for our reigning world champion, and things are going pretty well.
So putting 4 energy on this Giratina, assuming at least one of those will get put away. And I think what Andre is setting up here is to get rid of this water energy on the bench.
Gate é muito
energy on the active spot. Setting himself up in a position where if Andres didn't draw into anything, this Giratina can just take a knockout with a manual attachment for turn. And if it does get knocked out, the bench one is ready to go with even something like a Star Requiem, and that will be online if Andre decides to play that Colress's Experiment for turn. And a smart choice there, playing the Mirage Gates before the Colress for thinning purposes.
Yep. Yeah, you get those energy out of your deck so that you don't have to draw into them off of the Colress's Experiment, and then you also don't have to worry about putting more of them into the Lost Zone, which can be awkward as the game goes on.
Does find that second V-Star immediately snapped into the hand, and I think the choice here is what supporter card do you go for?
Experimento do Colress, que ele vai pegar.
Or do you want the consistency and draw of Colress in this position?
Yeah, looks like Andre's going to go for
Ele vai mandar boss ordem pra lá.
Feels like you're going to be
Segurava esse boss ordem, hein? Mas tem uma imaginação mais fértil.
There's not really a regular Pokemon in the Lugia deck that does well against Giratina V-Star, so probably feeling like you don't need boss's orders as much, and really your main priority is just making sure you can attack every turn. So having more supporters that allow you to see more cards in your deck as the game goes on is going to be better.
There it is. Lost Impact, 280 damage, taking the knockout, and what an incredible board here for Andres Scuval. 2 Giratina V-Star powered up. And Andres did find that Mesagoza, so we will see the turn.
Agora sim.
Summoning Star, but
Lugia vai brincar agora pouquinho.
Bring you back from the depths. It's got to be Archeops.
Agora a troca de prêmio é franca.
V-Star power flipped over. We'll use Summoning Star, bringing back 2 colorless Pokemon without rule boxes, and it seems like the best Pokemon and the card that was designed to be used with this Summoning Star ability. That Archeops Primal Turbo being used can search out any 2 special energy, and Tyranitar's coming up. Andres understands it's my turn to take knockouts. I've got to hope you can't keep up with the pressure that I'm going to start dealing out at this point.
Yep, and this is the variation of the Lugia V-Star deck that's been very popular throughout this season. Using these single strike Pokemon, each single strike energy makes your single strike Pokemon do 20 extra damage. So when you have 2 single strike energy on the Tyranitar V, single strike Crush gets increased from 240 to 280, which will allow you to get one-hit knockouts. So this is kind of your powerhouse of the deck. You see the tails on the Mesagoza, but
não funcionou.
Use Summoning Star, put the Archeops into play, and then you start charging up your giant attackers like this Tyranitar V.
Yeah, this Yveltal bench is kind of a little bit questionable here. I think leaving yourself bench spaces is always a good opportunity, and now it opens up a play that you can always target down Archeops or something like Radiant Greninja if you ever want to go that route. Well, at this point, it seems like Andre has prepped a different line of play, powering up the Giratina, but I mean, the question here always is, what does Yveltal do in this position other than, I guess, knock out Cramorant? But Andre has very clearly gone around playing Cramorant down in this matchup.
Antes.
Yeah, I mean, the only
vai colocar esse Yveltal.
Forces your opponent to take a one prize knockout.
Já Lost Zone já tá batendo horrores já.
At the end of the game can be devastating.
Colocar Cebloy.
Make your opponent miss a turn of attacking, and the single prize Pokemon like that are awkward for Giratina to deal with. And Urn of Vitality hitting the discard off of the single strike Crush, but we are tied up in prize cards now.
Yeah, and an interesting choice there before using that. Deciding to play the Pal Pad before using single strike Crush can be a little bit of a risk when you put those supporters back just to mill them out of the deck again. But working out here for Andres, didn't discard any of those. That is the second Urn of Vitality hitting the discard pile, I believe. So that is only one more way to bring back these special energies, the single strike energies, which is crucial for the single strike variant of the Lugia deck.
Yeah, now the tricky thing for Andre is going to be, how do you get your final knockout? This one's pretty easy. You can knock out Tyranitar V. But what do you do if Andres comes back and knocks out this Giratina V-Star? You don't have one prepped quite yet, so there is still an opening for Andres to win if he's able to, get a return knockout on this Giratina V-Star, because at this point, a lot of all the eggs are in one basket for Andre, and that's one of the struggles with Giratina V-Star. Sometimes you have to commit so much energy.
Jogo de Lost Box é chato, velho.
Put yourself in situations where if it gets knocked out.
O bom do Lugia é que é pancada franca e direta. Esse é o bom do Lugia. Lost Box você tem que pensar muita coisa para poder fazer as jogadas.
if everything goes right.
Nossa, fica um jogo maçante.
There it is. That just feels like insult to injury. Chorus every single turn here for Andre Skubal. 5 cards. What is the choice now? Resource management is a big position, and importantly, found that Mirage Gate. I feel like Roxanne is a card where you don't necessarily need it at this point if your whole game plan is just to go aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. Something like Boss's Orders, it feels like, would be a better choice for that example, like you said, gusting around that one prize Pokemon like the Yveltal.
Yep, and Andre also doing some quick math there, trying to figure out which cards he can throw away. Some tough choices there. The Super Rod is one that's kind of annoying to throw away at this point because you've gone through so many energy cards. You'd love to be able to play Super Rod, shuffle 3 energy back into your deck, then play Mirage Gate to get them back out. But we'll see if Andre has another way to throw energy back in, or potentially there's still some left in his deck for him to grab with Mirage Gate.
So Giratina V-Star on the active, already powered up, and I was going to say.
I wonder what's coming.
You know when your opponent's like taking them out of the discard pile to prep them that. You're going to see some sort of recovery.
Não para, velho.
I think the choice here for Andre is, do you bring back one of these Giratina V-Star?
Ele pode usar o Requiem Astral
One more remaining copy.
pra aniquilar esse Tiranitar, só que aí vem o Lugia bolado em cima dele.
Deck is down to about 12.
Só que eu acho que o Lugia não mata ele. Ainda não consegue matar ele. Teria que ter muita sorte, cara.
I mean, look at this. If you play
O Lugia voltar pra esse jogo aí é só na próxima rodada.
Yeah, there's a bit of awkwardness right now with Andre's hand. He does have a Jet Energy in hand, and you would love to just
Ele sendo rápido.
for the turn and just prepare it. But if you play it down, you have to switch the Pokemon from the bench to the active spot. So
I think there might be a Grass Energy there too, but it will actually just be the attachment to the active. And I actually think this play is pretty good because what you're going to do is set yourself up in a checkmate scenario. You're going to pretty much say, hey, any way that you knock out my Giratina V-Star, that's with a 2-prize Pokemon. And if I have 2 energy on both of them, no matter which one you knock out, all I've got to do is evolve and announce Star Requiem, and I'm all set and good.
Exactly.
That will be the play. 2 energy Lost Zoned. Great choice, of course. Want to keep those 2 different types of energy to be able to power up that Star Requiem attack. Andre Skubal going down to 2 prize cards. Question on my mind, your mind, everybody's mind. How does Andres Flores respond to this situation? Because it seems like it's just inevitable that Giratina V will evolve and take this last knockout with that V-Star power.
Tem que fazer milagre agora.
Yeah, awkward situation and awkward hand for Andres as well, deciding to promote the Yveltal. Does flip heads on the Mesa Goza. I think there is an Urn of Vitality in hand. One of the really awkward things about his hand, though, is that he has 2 single strike energy in hand. So you need them to be in the deck for Primal Turbo. You also need to be able to attach to the active to retreat. So I don't think there's a way to actually power up Tyranitar V and get a knockout, unless you can also play something like the Iono and put the energy on the bottom of your deck. But I don't.
Mano, ainda tava no primeiro jogo, velho. Meia hora se passou. Ainda tava 20 minutos se passou e estamos no primeiro jogo ainda.
But I don't think this is how you wanted your turn to play out.
No, and there's no hand disruption, and I believe Andre decided to keep that Boss's Orders off of that previous chorus. So on the tank right now at this point, and it might just be a Dart Cutter to put some damage on the board. Do you even commit this energy card again? Looks like it will just be put onto the active, so single strike wings, doing 170 damage, and I think Andre's got the last piece necessary. Putting damage on. All he needs is Boss's Orders to bring up one of these 2.
Nossa, não matou, velho.
Utilize the Star Requiem attack. If you have 10 cards in your Lost Zone, you can knock out any Pokemon. We'll see it get flipped, and down goes those 2 prize Pokemon. Andre Skubal going up.
Tinha muito o que fazer, mano. Não matou. Esse daí, na volta, ele tá levando.
And Andre picking up where he left off at the last World Championships, winning the game with the Boss's Orders. Classic play.
And with it being in the standard format for a few more rotations, we'll be seeing it for a while. I'm getting used to it, you know. The boss has made his state. He said he's here. He's making his entrance into the format.
Ah, mano, o que quebrou ele foi aquela trilha para o...
Their stand. But In this match,
A mão no inicial e a trilha para o cume. Ele não conseguiu voltar.
tie essentially is a loss for you. You want to win this match.
Se ele volta quebrando tudo ali, já era.
In this matchup, but also your mental to put yourself into a position to come out of this match with 3 match points, one step closer to making day 2.
Yeah, I think at this point you need to kind of readjust, and you know, there's things that you do in the first game that you don't have the luxury of doing in this situation. Things like checking your prize cards, you know, trying to figure out the best way to sequence things. The most important thing for you to do in this situation is actually just take very fast turns. So obviously you need to do the right things to put yourself in a position to win and set up properly, but this is not a time for optimization, for maximizing your odds or things like that. So you gotta play quickly, don't waste a lot of time searching through your deck, and hope for the best.
É bem minha cara quando eu vejo as coisas acontecendo. É bem minha cara quando eu vejo as coisas acontecendo assim.
Really in the tank there during that turn. Sometimes with these Lost Zone decks, you're really thinking hard about how you want to navigate these turns. And I mean, if you're a world champion level class player, you're going to think as hard as you can to put yourself in favorable spots. That single strike energy and Tyranitar in the process.
Tá melhor pro
3 of your energy cards. Every resource counts.
O André.
You have those early turns where you have to discard your hand with things like Squawkabilly, Professor's Research. You've got to have those resources to, like you said, go aggressive and take these knockouts.
Yep, now we did see the Capturing Aroma hit tails for Andres.
Ó, Sabloi aí.
Squawkabilly EX.
This hand is so awkward. There's an Urshifu, 3
Squawkabilly.
Urn of Vitality, and Professor's Research. And
Queria saber a fazer isso daí.
look, I want to get Lugia down turn 1, but if I bench this, attach, and then research next turn, what are the odds of me finding double Archeops and an Ultra Ball? It's so unlikely, and if I miss after using that turn to pretty much do nothing, what's the point?
Yep, there we do see the V-Guard energy, and we're going to see the Squawk and Seize. This is a new card that is pretty powerful. You can only use the ability once during your first turn, and a big differentiator is that it's not an ability that works when you play it from your hand. So you can just kind of put it on your bench and then use it whenever you would like.
And this is a big flip here off Mezagoza, and a smart play too. Most players would say, I might get past the peak next turn. Maybe it's good for me to hold this, but if this is how Andres is going to play this, can grab Luminion and get the Professor Burnett into the hand to prevent something like Spiritomb shutting that down next turn, even grabbing Research because Andres drew into 2 of those Archeops off of that Squawk and Seize ability.
Not bad. Yeah, heads up play. Yeah, if you can ever... And this is another thing where you don't expect the Lost Zone decks to play hand disruption cards, so it's kind of safe for you to do this. Normally, with these kinds of things, you kind of wait as long as you can until you need to do it, so then you can kind of adjust accordingly after you see what you draw. Tails on the Mesagoza, but yeah, in this situation, it's way more important to use the Luminion V before your opponent is able to do anything disruptive, like use the Spiritomb or pass to the peak.
Hand is not as powerful here for Andre Skubal this time. Does have Battle VIP Pass. That's a great way to start things out, but looks like just a bunch of energy cards, Super Rod, Path to the Peak. When you're in a position where this might be the only way for you to search basics out with his hand, what is your choice to grab?
Yeah, that's not great. These are the tough decisions. You have 3 routes. I mean, you can grab Comfey. I mean, that's pretty much always going to be a card you grab. But then it's a question of, do you do Radiant Greninja? Do you do a Giratina V? You can concealed cards that draw 2 cards, or you can just settle for, if you have a switching card, you can Abyss Seeking and hope that your Giratina V doesn't get knocked out. I think you should go for the high upside play here. Grab Radiant Greninja, use concealed cards. Maybe you draw into another Battle VIP Pass or something like that, or Chorus's Experiment, and kind of go from there. It feels like Giratina V just won't be good enough when you're going second here.
Then you need that pop-off potential. Let's see what this concealed cards finds. Boss's Orders, 1 other card, and it's just going to be the switch card, and this is going to be big flower selecting. Also flip Tails in that Mezagoza that's already been used. I see a Nest Ball. There's 1 other card, and I feel like if it was something that you, I mean, of course you want basic Pokemon, so it seems like it's a tough card that Andre really doesn't want to put away to the Lost Zone. And
it's like a Nest Ball did go to the Lost Zone.
So what is the choice? It's that Iono, and what do you feel about that instead of
Nossa, mano. É muito complicado acompanhar a coisa virando à noite, velho. Tem que ter muita Red Bull. Ah, agora... Dono. Torcer pra ter muito o estádio e o Lugia Viastro pra poder voltar pro jogo.
And a great set of 4 cards plus these 2. Does find a switching card plus Giratina. And this is a position where Beseek, you have to sort of take these risks and assume your opponent's not going to pop off. They have 0 Archeops in the discard pile. Half the Pika's in play, shutting off Summoning Star. Is it too much to ask for to play a little bit more risky in Abyss Seeking? Andre thinks it's the right play, going for it. Top 4 cards, 2 of which will be Lost Zone, and a great set. That Chorus, I'm sure, will be grabbed, and now it's the choice of, do you value keeping these Mirage or the basic energy cards?
Yeah, the Chorus is the easy pick, and then you're going to have to figure out what...
Aí vai ser interessante, hein?
It's always difficult, kind of as an observer, to know exactly what resources are left, how many energy cards, what things are prized, all that kind of thing. It's really... one of those things where, when you're the player, you have a much better understanding of all of your resources that you've gone through. So it's easy for us to speculate and try to guess what he's going to take, but Andre has a much better understanding of which cards are precious in this scenario.
Believes there's enough resources left. Lost zoning 2 of those energy cards, the Jet Energy and the Water Energy, both hitting it. There is a heads off of this Capturing Aroma, excuse me. So Archeops or Lugia V-Star. We'll have to see what the other 6 cards in the hand look like. If there is something like a Professor's Research, that could be solid. And look at this hand. Double Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, and Professor's Research. If Andres can find a combination of a counter Stadium card plus Lugia V-Star, this could be a big swing turn and can start taking prize cards even with this active Lugia V-Star.
Sei não, mas sinceramente eu acho que esse Andre J aí, esse deck dele, ele saiu na vantagem.
Ultra Ball plus an Archeops, so we're going to get the Archeops in the discard pile, but yeah, as you said, still some cards to draw here, and this is the tricky part when you're playing Lugia. You know, when it all works.
Vai pegar o Lugia Viastro, se tem a...
What an easy deck to play. You just, you get the Archeops in the discard pile, you get the Lugia V-Star out, the energy starts flowing. Easy game, but sometimes you do stop and think, like,
pegou Archeops.
I need to get 2 Archeops in the discard pile, but then I also need to get Lugia V-Star, and then in this situation I also need to counter the Path to the Peak. And each additional step makes it more difficult to pull off this whole combo, and if you miss any single piece, it doesn't happen. So here we go. Big 7 cards.
Those 2 pieces. Andres is looking for the counter Stadium and the Lugia V-Star. Is it there?
Well,
no.
Almost.
Listen,
we got a coin flip coming.
If there's any time to get lucky, it's on the...
Meu Deus, velho, que mão é essa?
All right, we got the Mesa Goza. Stop me if you heard this one before, but we got a big coin flip for this Lugia deck. Heads finds Lugia V-Star.
It is!
Deu bom. Menos mal.
Lugia V-Star, that can get these Archeops out into play.
É o Lugia V-Star na mão, já
has the
V-Star.
As long as there are those special energies that are not double turn. Of course, you don't want to reduce the damage. You're doing just enough with this Tempest Dive attack, and there it is. Good old Summoning Star. I've said that plenty enough times during casting career and throughout Pokemon. See what the energy choice.
Até agora, pelo que nós está vindo aqui, João, tá tendo Lugia e Lost Box e Giratina. Lost Box e Giratina amassou o Lugia porque o draw do primeiro jogo do Andres foi muito ruim. Muito ruim. Mas agora ele parece que melhorou um pouco. Porque ele não tem tanta conf, bateu, matou. Tá na vantagem, o Andres agora.
The second Primal Turbo could have maybe powered up the Tyranitar with something like the double turbo energy, although it does kind of mess the math up a little bit, so maybe just thinking, these Archeops are going to be here next turn. I can just wait and see what my prize cards look like.
Antes estava ruim pra ele, agora melhorou bastante.
Also in this kind of a situation where you're kind of in a race against the clock, it's
mas não sei não, ó, 18 minutos, dependendo de como jogar o Lost Box,
Like, get your
Talvez seja um empate, viu?
if your Lugia V-Star gets knocked out, then it's like, okay, I can next turn I can still power.
Então, essa é a primeira rodada do suíço. Não é a... Ainda não se sabe se apareceu. Mas pelo que eu sei, já tem bastante Gardevoir. Tem, se eu não me engano, 96 Gardevoir aí. Lugia... Não, Lugia tem 96. Gardevoir tem 73. E... Aí tem bastante variante de Lost Box. Tem pau, provavelmente é surpresa. Mas é bem provável que tenha.
Andre just passes the turn.
And has the boss's orders can target down this Garatina. And a quick scoop there from Andre's ball. We're going to game
É isso mesmo. É isso mesmo. 1-1.
In the clock, in the round.
There you go.
Look at this exciting set.
Vamos pro...
Upside down completely.
Agora é... Se o Mil fizer tudo... Se o Mil...
Get those good breaks.
Se o Andrews fazer tudo certinho, o Arceus ele se joga sozinho e ele ganha o jogo. Tem um jogo que ele tava ruim, viu?
Yeah, I was actually going to say I thought Andre was going to concede that game no matter what happened that turn. You're just really far behind with the V-Guard energy on Lugia V-Star as well. Even if you managed to power up Giratina V-Star, you were not going to be able to get a knockout. So seemed like he was just really far behind in that game. Hey, that's what happens sometimes. Lugia goes first, gets off to a perfect start. Stumble just a little bit, it's all over.
Quando deu esse par aí, nossa, o jogo rodou. O jogo ajudou ele pra caramba, cara. Ele não precisou gastar recurso pra poder trazer o Lugia Viasta.
That's all Andre needs to see.
It's like, hey, I can play boss's orders to win the game too.
You see what this format is right now to win games, right? Listen, I will say though, it's better than reversal and catcher flips for heads to close the game out. That's at least my take on it.
1-1, faltando 16 minutos pra acabar a rodada. A primeira rodada do suíço.
See what the hands look like for both players.
E o Andrews tem uma grande chance de ganhar essa partida agora. Porque o Lug é bem mais forte, é bem mais rápido pra dar nocaute do que o Lost Box. Caraca, 2 Roxanne no prêmio. Se ele roda um Scarcabilly no coisa, e agora ele ficou, deu ruim, viu?
There's the Spiritomb and oh boy, is there nothing else? I see Super Rod, Jet Energy. Oh my, there is nothing going on in this hand at all.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. What else can you do?
You can't even
attach and pass.
Mano, OTK.
The Spiritomb, I think.
Hope that the Spiritomb stops your opponent from setting up, I guess. Wow, this is a horrible hand from.
Mano, vai dar Donkey.
Maybe gonna have to research away a bunch of Urn of Vitalities and oh, yep, that's not good either. But at least he's got a supporter.
Listen, it doesn't matter if you don't have Urn in your deck, or in your deck if your opponent has no other Pokemon.
That is true, yep.
Take a look, and a solid set of cards can actually Ultra Ball away this Archeops.
Ó, dá pra fazer bastante coisa.
Pitch that away with Read the Wind, and it seems to be the choice for Andres Flores in a great spot.
Coloca outro do Lugia.
You can have 2 Archeops in play, a supporter the following turn. And after a terrible start, Game 1 has flipped 180 and put himself in a commanding spot in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's already 1 Archeops in the discard pile off of the research, right?
True.
So
yeah,
that's
joga outro Archeops.
I mean, I don't even know what you go for here.
Jogaria outro Archeops.
You already have everything you need. You need Lugia V-Star for next turn, yeah. And then you just need to make sure you have a stadium in hand.
Tem.
Otherwise, path to the peak could get you. So just trying to maximize your odds of getting that stadium. We do see a second Lugia V coming down. Potentially just to go in the hand.
Queria aprender a baralhar desse jeito deles aí.
But,
muito mais simples.
Yeah, you got to be feeling good at this point if you're Andres. Your opponent did nothing on their first turn, essentially. You're off to a great start. What more can you ask for?
Will
be Read the Wind. An interesting choice there to not grab. I mean, nothing's really threatening this Lugia V this turn, so maybe grabbing V-Star would have been some good plays, but another great solid set of cards. Found
Ataque do Lugia pra comprar carta.
Iono to play next turn, and what are these 2 cards? Oh no, it just seems like...
I guess not good.
Well, when Mirage Gate's hitting there, it looks like Giratina was the top deck for turn, can play both of those down, and does have the Jet energy, so, I mean, you can Abyss Seek and play this path to the peak down.
Nossa.
Had 2 Archeops in play.
Deu ruim agora pro André, viu?
Seems like it's just pray your opponent can't knock this out, and that's your best play.
Andre does have a boss's orders as well. You could bring up the benched Lugia V and just hope that that kind of stalls for a little bit of time somehow. Really, you're just trying to do anything in this situation to try to buy even a single turn. So if this could be the thing that disrupts your opponent just a little bit, maybe it's worth doing. And yeah, he is going to play the boss's orders. Bring up that other Lugia V and use the Abyss Seeking and just hope that things get better from here, because it's been ugly so far.
Vai usar o coisa?
Been good indeed. Boss's orders does bring up this bench Lugia, so it will be a little bit more difficult, but this hand looks excellent. Counter Stadium immediately getting played down, bumping path to the peak. Has the V-Guard energy.
Liga uma energia.
You can just play the research. You just
Iono.
kind of increase your outs. There's no
Nem pensar duas vezes. Iono.
this early, and I mean we keep saying big 7 cards, but hey, it's that easy.
Não, não precisa de Iono, não. Não precisa, não.
Gift therapeutic. So the energy cards are there, and maybe this is actually better to use Mesagoza first, because if you flip heads, you don't risk playing research.
12 minutos e o Lugia tá voando, velho.
I mean, that would be a nightmare scenario to turn a great position to a terrible position just in an instant like that.
All right, picture perfect start. Turn 2 summoning star with Lugia.
12 minutos e o Lugia voando.
And
Meu amigo.
our reigning world champion is in danger. This Giratina V-Star this Giratina V is going to fall before it can evolve into a V-Star. Andres is going to get a 2-prize lead, and Andres so far has not played a single Chorus's Experiment, has had a terrible hand, terrible start. I don't know how you come back from this.
Will be both Primal Turbos used. Research hasn't even been played yet. That's just insult to injury. You're just going to dig through more of your deck, see more cards. This 2-prize knockout will be taken this turn. And I mean, the turn looks very clear for Andres. Take this knockout, Tempest Dive. I think you even can just get rid of this Mesagoza and not give your opponent any help. But I mean, what set of cards does Andres Skubal need to keep up with this aggression on Andres? It's hard to even imagine what's possible.
Não.
Start Requiem next
Só mexer na sua mão é melhor do que mexer na mão do oponente que tá travado.
Version of the deck. There's no lost vacuum. You can only without scoop up net. You can only flower selecting 3 to 4 times. What else can you do?
I don't know. And I think that's running through Andre's mind as well. What is any way I could come back in this game?
Nossa, se ele comprar aquele boss order ali, acabou o jogo.
Does also have another Comfey in hand, and oh boy, what do you get rid of? Sableye is not a terrible card to get rid of in this matchup, but if those cards aren't Colress or more Comfey, they're not going to be what you need to get through this game.
Hey, just digging for any sort of supporter card that's going to help here. Yeesh.
Not good at all. Not what you want to see. Nestball hitting the lost zone, but if it's not Colress, it's not getting you to position, but it does look like Colress was the find off of that last flower selecting. Also has that Iono. I feel like you have to play Colress, because without cards in the lost zone, your deck's not doing much.
Yep. Super Rod puts a Giratina V and a Grass Energy back into the deck. Yeah, Chorus's Experiment does get you over that 7 threshold. That allows you to play Mirage Gate. And maybe that lets Andre do something this turn. But again, with that V-Guard energy, it means won't even be able to get a knockout with Lost Impact. There's nothing like Temple of Sinnoh. There's no Choice Belt, anything like that.
What an awkward 5 cards here. Both Giratina V-Star. No way to really dig further with this hand. I mean, you needed a bailout there to keep yourself in this, and I don't know if that was what you needed to get there
Vai descartar Giratina e uma energia de água.
To a Lost Impact. That Giratina V did come down last turn, so it can evolve, but
Cara, tem como Andrej Skubal a ganhar, velho. O Andrej vai ganhar essa daí.
Experiment. Probably not a good sign. I imagine that's not a thing you want to be doing at this point, attacking with Cramorant. That's usually a turn 1 or a turn 2 thing. And yeah, Andre has already retreated for the turn, but does have a switching card to get that Cramorant in there.
Dá pra ver quanto ele tá frustrado, mano. É logo o Lugia.
This is not what you want to be doing at this point in the game.
Just pray your opponent doesn't have a boss's orders, doesn't have a way to bring up your Giratina V-Star. And I think Andre understands if this Giratina V-Star goes down this turn, there's practically no way to win this game. So we'll invest this Mirage Gate, put these energies onto it, and say, this is
vai ter que fazer milagre.
I've got to put all my trust, all my faith in to get me through the finish line in this game number 1.
Yeah, I don't know how well that.
Rodou muito o Lost Box.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
Our world champion.
Esse é o deck que você gosta, né, João?
A win any way possible.
Tipo, ele é forte, só que ele demora muito. O do Lug é muito mais rápido. Muito mais rápido.
Perfect setup on turn 2. Andres. I think.
O problema do meu é que todo mundo já sabe jogar contra. Esse que é o problema. Eu quero ver Mills diferente hoje. Se aparecer, tipo, eu vou ficar até a 4ª rodada online. Aí, como eu tenho que trabalhar amanhã, então eu vou transmitir, transmitir só até a 4ª, o primeiro dia. A partir do segundo dia, eu vou transmitir tudo. Mas eu espero, pelo menos...
He would rather tie than lose this game because there are rare scenarios where you can go 5-0-3 and make it into that day 2 of competition. It still gets.
Então, essa é a primeira rodada ainda. Tem mais 3. Mas tá muito encaminhado pro...
Yeah, we'll need 3 single strike energy to take the knockout due to that reduction, so...
Pro Luger ganhar esse jogo.
Slot, you do have to attach an extra energy, more than you would need to normally attack, but that's what you got to do. And the Collapse Stadium down actually going to get rid of this Lugia, so just limiting the total amount of prizes on the board, maybe also trying to go for that 5-prize total play as Primal Turbo finally being used, and I'm not actually sure if I'm a big fan.
São total de rodadas, são um total de 9. 9 rodadas.
Deal with this Tyranitar and then hope that this Giratina doesn't get knocked out this turn. So you're just putting more resources on something that you're not attacking with this turn, and if it goes down, you're going to want to have the following turn.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how this plays out.
Sim, o top começa amanhã.
Não,
na verdade não o top, é o corte. Porque esse daqui é o pessoal que não conseguiu entrar com o número de pontos suficiente. Foi com o número... Se eu não me engano, foi com o número de pontos mínimos. Aí esse pessoal tá jogando pra ver se passa pro dia 2. Aí o dia 2 é que começa realmente a pancadaria, os decks novos, as coisas todas.
Archeop's got a buffer, right? When you thought it couldn't get any more powerful, it's flipping cards over now.
Okay, yeah, that's... We'll have to see how this is resolved. You can't just play down an Archeops.
O cara foi tão rápido. Mano, esse é o problema de você ir rápido. Porque você pode fazer alguma coisa errada.
It's like imaginary Pokemon. You just play down any cards that you want and they do whatever you want. But it's not the game we're playing at the World Championships. We're playing to the book, real Pokemon. And
não sei dizer, viu? Não sei dizer.
Bring me back, please.
Porque sempre foi assim o Mundial. O primeiro tem um mínimo de pontos e tem aqueles pontos pro dia 2. Se você consegue passar por pelo menos um mínimo de pontos, se você fazer bastante pontos no primeiro primeiro dia, você consegue passar pro segundo dia, só que é muito maçante, porque é muito jogo.
I mean, listen, it's the comeback staple card from this Paldea evolved format. We'll see if it does what it's supposed to do, slow down the opponent and punish them for getting ahead too fast.
Se aumentarem, acho que eu tô com uns 12 pontos. Eu tô por aí, alguma coisa assim. Se não tô com 12, eu tô com 3.
So it's not like this even disrupts them very much.
Lugia V-Star, getting knocked out. 4 cards drawn, so let's make sure the cards get drawn first, or I guess you can promote either way. I mean, Tyranitar's coming up regardless, so that makes sense. We'll see what the total counts are to find that copy of Urn of Vitality. So there are a few options. Look at how solid this hand is.
Sure to draw for the turn.
How many
cards? Você tá no negócio lá, você atualizou o seu Play Pokémon?
We're all set now. Think we're good?
Quando eu joguei lá, eu achei que tava com o meu Play Pokémon ativo, eu tive que ativar ele de novo.
60 damage, so we'll need to commit one more of those single strike energies, or playing something like the boss's orders, but I'm not sure if you want to go that route and boss right now.
Eu tenho que ver certinho. Eu tô quase pensando realmente se eu vendo o meu playmatch do Eevee aqui pra poder participar do pré-release. Eu não vou ter dinheiro pra participar do pré-release. Faz parte. Tem que ver certinho.
Urn of Vitality plus boss, and it's just another piece you need when you've only got one Urn of Vitality left in your deck.
Yeah, so we are going to see the single strike crush. He's going to discard the other Tyranitar bee.
Essa doeu.
Oof. This game is...
Esse descarte doeu. Não é por nada não.
The big card that Andre needed this turn. Needs to power up Giratina V, evolve it into the
falta prêmio.
Star Requiem or Lost Impact, but probably Star Requiem at this point.
Mano, se ele tiver boss order, acabou, velho.
Like a Roxanne, which he probably drew off of the prize cards. And there's still hope.
And there's no gift energy on this active Tyranitar, so there's no way for the hand to get refilled. Was getting rid of that Lugia V potentially the downfall.
Jetting into the active.
Do
we see the V-Star?
Might be playing the Roxanne. Andre playing this other Mirage Gate, just thinning the hand.
Mirage Gate.
Understands that this Giratina V is going to be the thing that gets me across the finish line, putting all of the energy cards on there, saying if this goes down, I lose regardless. Sableye comes down. And it might just be the Roxanne.
There it is.
And there it is.
Opa!
Vitality going back.
Roxanne fazendo a festa aí, ó.
Giratina V-Star, though. That is the big card you need to find here.
6 cards. Good amount of the deck thinned at this point out through just playing the game, flower selecting. There are 11 cards in the loss zone, but this is a make or break. 6 cards.
Putting all the energy in the active also gives you an out to retreat.
Só que a questão é essa. Se o cara tirar boss ordem ou qualquer outra coisa aí.
I think that's just another Giratina V, not the V-Star.
No.
I mean, you can do what you said. Retreat this Giratina V. There is... Oh, but there's an escape rope in hand. You can't play that one out, and that's it. Oh, no.
Cedeu.
That's it. Andres Flores.
Não tinha muito o que fazer, não. Já era.
In the first round at the World Championships.
Faltando 1 minuto pra acabar.
Wow. What a game.
É bem isso mesmo.
Back and forth till the end, but...
Yeah,
that's it.
É muito pra ganhar, cara. É muita coisa. Eu precisava jogar Roxanne, dar nocaute e torcer pro cara não ter boss order. É uma coisa que, tipo, pode pegar no próximo coisa. Ele precisava de 2 turnos. Precisava matar 2 turnos. Seria difícil. 3 turnos, na verdade. A cara da decepção.
You'll have to see the end.
Acontece.
Yep. Probably a disappointing start for Andre in this situation. Obviously not out of it at all. You can still win 6 of your matches today and advance to day 2, but you're really hoping to start off your defense of your World Championship title with a win. And
então,
the first game went really well.
Acabou. Primeira rodada já foi, gente. Esperar agora, falta 1 minuto aí pro pessoal terminar a partida.
It's somebody with the World Championship mindset and that World Championship attitude.
Aí começa a segunda.
Hey, look, Lugia V-Star wasn't on any of our...
Continue aí, eu vou dar uma ida no banheiro ali e já volto, gente.
Yeah, this is the most popular deck.
It is. What does that really speak to you to say that players decided to bring Lugia to day 1 in, I mean, obviously it's not 20-25%, but still the most played deck at that.
Yeah. I think part of it was, I think there was a shift. You know, at NAIC there was a lot of Arceus Duraludon, and I think after the event people started shying away from Duraludon VMAX, which is really annoying for Lugia to deal with. So it feels like this was maybe the opening for people to kind of pivot away from the metagame and just say, hey, I'm just going to use Lugia. Why not? It's a strong deck. If I set up, I win.
Solid indeed. We saw how great it ran in that game 3, taking the knockout and that single strike crush. It's the card in this deck. You've got the 1 prize attackers. Of course, you've got the big 1-hit power of Tyranitar, and that Roxanne could have spelled trouble. There were a few small mistakes I feel like Andres made in that game to give a slight opening to Andre Scoopball to win, but Ended up not finding that one piece, but like you said, could have been a completely different game had it gone slightly differently. Had we seen the Giratina V-Star come down, Star Requiem take the knockout, could have been crowning a different winner in that round number 1. But hey, look, that's the beauty of Pokemon, right? Those small decisions can make or break or change the story altogether.
Yeah, that's how it goes with this deck in particular. Sometimes you usually don't play any way to actually search for Giratina V-Star. There's no Ultra Ball or things like that, so when it comes to those late game scenarios, sometimes you thin out your deck enough to where you're able to just draw into the cards you need.
Voltei.
But that was not a game that went smoothly for Andre, so he had a lot of cards left in his deck. When he played the Roxanne, he just was not able to draw the cards he needed.
And don't forget, I mean, Andre, it felt like was out of that game from turn 1 with how poor of a start, but
it was a valiant comeback.
Vamos ver a próxima partida. Será que vai vir um Shenpao? Alguma coisa mais nova?
They can really put in a lot of work, bring you back into situations and comeback mechanics. Look, Giratina's still a really good deck right at that, and we saw
O Lug é muito rápido, não dá pra parar o Lug. É muito complicado.
Knockouts, and you put on a lot of hand disruption and attacking pressure with Giratina.
Yeah, it's tricky, you know, those cards like
Não acho, mas talvez possa vir um Shenpao e...
You know, there are cards in your deck that...
Um Shenpao e um Arceus Giratina. Pode ser que dê isso.
And we're seeing, like, no Lost Vacuum and things like
Bom
that.
Lost, né?
More difficult sometimes to actually put cards into the Lost Zone and start playing your Mirage Gates. Start, you know...
Ó, o deck voltou com força do Regi, viu? Não é por nada não, se tiver gente com Regi aí, não duvido. Mas o deck voltou com uma força absurda. Mas ainda acho que pra mim é Lugia e... Lugia e Gardevoir que vai passar.
And sometimes it feels like the outcomes for both are very similar in terms of margins, and it looks like some of these players have chosen to play this deck at the World Championships. That's going to require a little bit more skill, whether that's personal choice, whether they feel like the matchups are better.
Ah, mas você não tinha montado da Guard? A da Guard tá forte. É que você só tem que pegar o jeito dela.
That's what makes it so great when you have these different archetypes in decks that accomplish different things and more.
A da Guard é só pegar o tempo dela, que é
Yeah, you can also see, you know, the other Lost Zone decks tend to play.
Aí da Guard, você não tinha montado?
Consistency boost. If you're able to draw one of those, it's a way to just grab whatever card you need, and the Giratina deck does.
Você vendeu ela?
You do have Abyss Seeking as additional ways to draw cards, but that's an attack, and sometimes that just slows you down. And you can't always afford to take a turn to do that. So, Giratina V-Star is obviously very powerful, does a lot of damage. The V-Star power can get one hit.
Ah, entendeu.
When it works well, but sometimes it can be a little bit clunky.
O do Mil, ele é legal. Eu gosto demais do Mil, tudo assim, só que... Como muita gente já sabe jogar contra Mil e tem a bendita carta que eu mais odeio na face da Terra, que é o Drapion, o Mil perde muita força. Então tem que esperar pra ver, né? Certinho.
Is there any story that you've been following this season in North America that you've really connected to and felt like this would be a great way for them to round their season out with a World Championship victory?
I mean, I'm sure everybody would love to be world champion. Yeah, for me, I think Piper Lapine stands out as someone who won multiple regional championships this season and was so close to getting top 16 in North America to advance to day 2, but just barely missed out. So I think she's a player to watch out for, who I think would be a bit of...
Eu espero, sinceramente, que se tiver um Mil aí, seja aquele Milk diferenciado.
For that story as well. Speaking of revenge, I think Ian Robb is probably one of the players that I'm thinking about as well.
Essa é as cartas caras, mas é que faz o Mil jogar. Essa é as cartas caras, então tipo. É as cartas caras do Mil. Elas que faz o Mil jogar, ficar bem jogável, entendeu? Senão o Mil muitas das vezes trava. Esse que é o problema.
Pain looks on his face for the entire...
A primeira rodada aí, como o Andrés ganhou.
Not not a lot of things went his way, but yeah, every turn is just agonizing over how do I get myself.
Olha, descarte, cara.
Every player expresses themselves differently, and Andre's one of those just cool, composed players, really thinking through everything, really imagining out the math and everything in front of his head. It's cool to watch. It's cool to see the different developments and characteristics of players from around the world and how the great minds of Pokemon think.
Yeah, and you gotta hand it to Andres as well. I think there were a lot of nerves in that first game, you know, being on the stage, you know, kicking off the biggest world championship.
Já pensou em jogar do Darkrai?
The reigning world champion. Like, it doesn't get any more nervous.
Qualquer coisa, depois quando nós se encontrar,
A little bit of those, you know, jitters
nós se
in the
encontrar,
first game, maybe.
eu mostro pra você como é que joga do Darkrai. O Darkrai é simples e é forte.
Again, in game number 3,
Darkrai.
got the setup, was able to come back, get that turn 2 Lugia V-Star. I mean, we can look back at this.
Nossa, esse Lugia, do jeito que esse Lugia veio aí na última aí, foi muito forte.
Second game, that could have been the difference between who won this match.
Sometimes it comes down to a little bit of luck.
Essa Roxane aí deu até bom, só que ele precisava comprar as cartas.
I mean, Archeops.
Não veio nada, velho.
Speaking to players,
Na hora que não veio nada, não tinha muito o que fazer, não.
to Michael Pramelon at one point, who was, I think he was either preparing to go into NAIC or Worlds or a different tournament, and he told me, he was like, yeah, man, I sat down one night and I was like, dude, Archeops is just so powerful of ability. I'm like, why don't I just play the most powerful card in the format? And 15% of players decided to just maybe play the most powerful ability, the powerful
Vamos ver, vai ter os parries, né?
the game has right now. Or maybe the game
Será que vai ter um brasileiro jogando? Acho que é muito cedo, né, pra falar que vai ter um brasileiro jogando na...
every single turn.
Yeah. Remember when people
Vai ser streamado, né?
after the rotation? Seems like a long time ago, huh?
Well, I know one person who's not upset that Lugia stayed around after rotation. We've got a winner interview for Andre, so let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage and hear from him.
Thank you very much, Ethan. Time here with
Vai ter apresentação.
winning your first round at the World Championships.
Thank you very much.
So, you chose to get Lugia. Lugia's a popular pick this weekend. About 15% of people are playing it. Why did you choose to play Lugia?
Ah, tá.
El deck que más me ha funcionado durante la temporada y
Ah, um deck barato que eu tipo assim, acho legal pra você montar e que bate bem é o do União Alada. Pesquisa aí o do União Alada. E ele não é tão caro não, viu? É baratinho e é divertido jogar, o do União Alada. E bate bastante em alguns meta, viu? O deck de União Alada.
así es un juego de ganar o perder, entonces
Um Latinoamérica, pô.
para tratar de pasar a día 2.
Um latino-americano, pô.
Use that deck, yeah.
Sounds good to me. Now, one of those games, I think it was game 1, you had a bit of a slow start and things were looking a bit rough, but you stuck with it and you actually went through and the game went quite well. When you're having those slow starts to a game, how do you make that decision to keep going?
João, antes as pedras tava em torno de R$70. Eu consegui pegar as minhas bem barato, entendeu? Aí quando eu tive o lucro porque eu peguei muito antes as pedras. Só que depois ela só aumentou, porque muitos decks começaram a usar essas pedras, entendeu? Aí só foi superfaturando elas.
Giratina, very, very popular. You've just beaten one, round 1 on stage against the defending world champion. Does that give you a lot of confidence going in, knowing that that's a deck you're probably going to be facing again?
Você precisava de mais... eu ainda acho que uma só rodava bem no deck do 1000, viu? Pô.
Y espero seguir
Ali.
teniendo suerte y confianza para las demás rondas. So I have the confidence.
É que tinha muita gente jogando com o deck do 1000 ali, muita gente, tipo... já pegou já o esquema, por isso que eu joguei de Shenpao aquele dia. Que já veio a carta que eu precisava, tudo. Aí depois que acabou o torneio que veio a cartinha do pinguim pra mim, acredita?
Thank you and congratulations to Andres and casters. We'll throw it back to you.
Foi até bom, que eu fiquei pelo menos em quarto lugar. O deck do Shen Pao.
Win on the world stage, and that's got to be any player's dream, right? To go up, to put in that preparation. And we were sort of talking about it a little yesterday. It's that moment before you go to Worlds where you're unsure about your deck. You're wondering, could I have put more time and prep in? And it's maybe that wave of relief and comfort that comes over you after that first round win that says, I made the right choice. I put in the time. I'm feeling good here for day one.
Yeah, I mean, especially after the first game of that match, being like, oh no, did I make a mistake?
O game que eles estão falando aí é muito crucial. O emocional ali logo no primeira. O deck não rodar é muito complicado.
When your hand is Squawkabilly and 8 energy cards, then it's not good.
Yeah, but yeah, this is just the first of 8 rounds that we have today. I mean, this is just kicking things off.
Sim, o União Alado ele vai demorar muito pra rotacionar e pode sair mais carta pra fazer ele rodar mais, entendeu? E ele bate em Lugia, porque tem o Artrel, que é elétrico, que bate na fraqueza do Lugia. Tem o Morcrow, que é Dark, que bate na fraqueza tanto da Gardevoir e do Mil. E fora que tem a única coisa que você vai demorar pra achar, se você conseguir, mas é baratinho, é o Dito. Se você conseguir achar conseguir achar os 4 Dito, o restante do deck assim eu consigo. Não, mas acho que, se eu não me engano, ele usa 4. Usa 4 Dito. Porque aí você pode descartar à vontade os União Alada, todos os Pokémon União Alada, e tipo, só usar conforme precisar, entendeu? Por exemplo, quero bater na fraqueza do coisa.
You know, it was a brand new card that came out right before the North American.
Acho que o mais complicado que você vai ter uma complicação pra achar vai ser a Skirlia. Porque a Skirlia faz o deck rodar.
So there's some potential there.
É a Skirlia ou os Squawkabilly.
How to use Qianpao EX, and if we'll see that throughout the weekend.
So many questions, and the answers will be put in front of us this weekend at the World Championships. We've got so much more awesome action.
Os Squawkabilly você tem?
Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Então é mesmo só a Skirlia. A Squawkabilly, a Skirlia? Então você já tá com o deck já praticamente pronto, porque eu falo pra você, 4, dependendo do preço, assim, que eu tenho os Mocrows e Artrel. Aí sábado nós conversa certinho ali, aí qualquer coisa eu passo algumas coisas que falta pra você. Você fala aí pra mim o que falta e eu pego pra você. Veja se eu pego pra você. Aí nós tá aí.
Galarian Weezing, Eternatus VMAX. I never thought I'd say that. Has won.
Esperar 3 minutos. Saco.
Win a tournament of like this caliber and just getting it. I mean, I need some time to process it, but I think it'll be really good. Yeah, I played against a lot of good players like Justin Bakari.
Beleza. Leva lá sim.
They're all very good players, and a lot of these players have won regionals before.
Provavelmente eu vou ficar pra participar do torneio de Digimon que vai ter lá. Aí depois eu volto, porque aí depois eu vou transmitir o dia 2, né? Então, os 3 minutinhos é pra fazer os parries. A segunda rodada, quem vai jogar contra quem, entendeu? Depois que quem jogar contra quem, de fazer quem que vai jogar.
It's so cool. Like in Australia,
Aí eles começam a partida, só que leva em torno de 3 minutos pra computar tudo.
fantastic games, but to win a regional
É
like
isso.
this, it's something else. You know, I have to play so many games and there's so many people, and it's just good. It means, you know, I can win the small ones in Australia and I can win the big ones over here. I've been playing about 10 years since I was young, but now took a break, you know, on and off for a few years, and then 2019 when I won the World Championships, I played a lot more and I've been playing since. One of my 2 losses at the tournament.
É o confronto, que as parries é um confronto, é os confrontos que você tem. Eles chamam de parries.
Because only one other person has ever done it, so it'd be good to try and become the second 2-time or 3-time world champion. It'd be cool to win again.
Oh, eu assisti esse documentário. Eu conheci
San Francisco.
Eu conheci acho que 2 deles lá que veio aqui pro Brasil pra jogar
Become the Oceania International Champion for the
pra jogar o
It feels great.
Latinoamérica.
Working up to this point for
Só que eu não sabia, o like. Só que eu não sabia.
prize cards every turn before you.
É pouco eu saber inglês, então tipo tinha os tradutor lá, tudo. Mas é legal conhecer gente nova lá no like.
Robert
É muito bom.
and a couple other people. Because it just,
Ah, eu tô ligado, Marcel.
I am planning to be at Worlds and I am
Olha os juniors aí, ó.
world champion. It would mean a lot because it's everything I've worked up for the last 5 years I've been playing for.
Things are just heating up here in Yokohama, Japan. Welcome back to the Pokemon TCG World Championships. The biggest stage is hosted in Yokohama for the weekend. It's been beautiful. It's been awesome weather here. We've had great times going out, getting food.
That's one way to put it.
Okay, well listen, the weather has been
Nossa, eu queria muito estar lá, velho.
something that I think a lot of people are excited about.
É que eu não consegui os pontos necessários, né? Eu já fui com...
I've been living here for a while. You've been here. What's your favorite part about coming back to Japan every time for the World Championship?
Ah, cara, né, o pessoal lá, eu tô ensinando, né? Aí vai lá o pessoal pra jogar, quanto mais gente, melhor, né? Ainda mais que agora tá vindo bastante gente pra jogar o One Piece também, lá na Center. Então aproveita e já aprende Pokémon também.
Card images all over the floors everywhere. There's giant cards everywhere. Just everything is a big celebration of the World Championship. It's really been really cool to see. Just everywhere you go, you can't look without seeing Pokemon somewhere.
Então, na temporada passada eu só não consegui ir pro Mundial por causa do corte. Eu peguei 150 e era 250. Aí faltou 100 pontos, eu precisava pegar top 32 no regional.
Fans, locals, people in the Pikachu hats that I'm sure you'll see around the crowd.
Aí eu não consegui passar não, top 32. Aí eu não tinha dinheiro pra ir pros outros. Aí eu não consegui passar. Mas bem que eu queria ir, viu?
People just wanted to be here. This is the exciting.
Ah, se agora montei o Shenpao. Dependendo das coisas, vou jogando League Cup.
We are here for the competition. We are here to see who the world champion will be at the end of the weekend. But
jogando League Cup, vou jogando regional. Eu já tô querendo ver se eu consigo. Então, sabe o pessoal lá que ganhou em primeiro? O Luiz, aquele lá que tava em segundo, tudo. Aquele lá é o pessoal que fica pra jogar. Mas se quiser, né, eles vêm aí pra treinar também. E o legal é que treina já tudo, entendeu? Treina as matchups, já todas as coisas.
Leonhardt using that hashtag PlayWorlds, and this was one of the cool things that I saw on social media. The drone show with Pokémon.
Ah, Marcel, você gosta do One Piece, né? Se você for ver como é que tá o card game do One Piece, tá bem dinâmico. O do Digimon, é que tem muita coisa, entendeu? Mas o do One Piece tá bem dinâmico jogar. Eu só não me aventuro no One Piece porque eu não tenho dinheiro pra isso, né? Já jogo Pokémon e Digimon, então se eu entrar em mais um card game, meu bolso que já não vai muito bem vai pro vermelho direto.
It feels like it's all been catered to Pokemon, and if you've been to any Pokemon event from national level championships to the world championships,
Um dia eu vou estar assim, ó, tirando foto com esse Pikachu gigante no...
its way everywhere, greeting trainers as they enter into the event hall. Here to play, here to watch, everybody's here to enjoy Pokemon. Great to see.
Yeah, here at the World Championships once again. You know, for a lot of people, this is
O meu problema maior, é que eu falo que é coisa assim,
might be the first time.
é que eu tento jogar na mais calma possível, só que eu vejo as manias do adversário e eu fico puto.
Or it is about the journey and the destination. I mixed it up a little bit. The destination's great too, but this Worlds has been insane, breathtaking. The designs, the key art, everything in between. That's what's so great about Pokemon is the amount of different things.
Tem que treinar mais.
The Pokemon characters, the trainers, the art, everything in between makes it so that you can connect with everything you see around. The cards on the floor is a great.
Aí vai de gosto, né?
The rich and vast history, it feels like it's all culminated to get us to this moment here at the World.
É o próprio baralho do Shenpao, porque se os caras conseguirem matar o Bat-Excalibur, o Shenpao não faz nada. É o próprio baralho do Shenpao. Se o Shenpao consegue montar o Bat-Excalibur e fazer tudo certinho, dá pra ganhar tranquilo. Mas uma matchup ruim pra Shenpao que tipo, dá pra ganhar, mas demora um tempo, é o Lost Box, o puro.
So much is just going on, and it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all.
Yeah. As the day goes on, we'll see lots of stories of, you know, how well things went or epic things that happened to players, but you're going to hear even more salty stories about how their day went wrong. So I look forward to hearing all of them.
Good mix is always good. We've all had our fair share to share, so I'll be scrolling and checking everything out. One round gone so far as we're getting ready to get into our round number 2. I mean, we featured a great 3-game set with a world champion. Kyle, what can top what we had last match, and we're only a match in?
I mean, we got more world champions. Why don't we just keep watching them?
You know what? I'll take you up on that. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, this field...
Vamos ver agora o próximo... turno, né? O segundo rodada. Ver qual deck que passou, que o cara passou o carro, né?
So there was a period of time where, you know, we would show up to Worlds and there would only be like 1 or 2 previous world champions still competing. But this one, I think we have at least like 4 or 5 previous world champions in the field. There is only one player, of course, who has ever won the World Championships in the Pokemon TCG more than once. It's Jason Kaczynski, who's won it 3 times. Feels like that's probably a record that will never be broken. But, hey, there's always the opportunity for somebody to win twice.
Dependendo da situação, acho que só vai dar pra eu transmitir esse mais um, viu, gente? Aí, porque senão eu não vou dormir muito tarde, eu preciso acordar amanhã cedo. Aí amanhã já vai pra uma vibe um pouquinho mais pesada.
Pull off that feat and be a multi-time world champion.
Well, speaking of Shintaro, that's a great segment into our round 2 match. We've got Shintaro Ito up against Miguel Lopez, 2 very experienced, well-seasoned players looking to make it into day 2, advancing to hopefully something along the lines of 5-0, 6-0.
Nossa, olha como é. Olha quanta gente.
That day 2 slot.
Meu Deus.
This venue is so encapsulating as we see it down. I get excited every time we throw the table.
E vamos começar.
That we're going to be seeing.
Vamos para a segunda partida do torneio.
We will be featuring Shintaro Ito.
Aí, ó, gente. Shenpao Arceus e 1000. 1000 VMAX. A cara do tiozão, parece com a minha.
Long-time player here in the Pokemon TCG. Lots of accomplishments.
Ó, dependendo, eu gosto do Shenpao Arceus, mas ainda acho que falta, viu?
One of those decks outstanding for a while now. Up against this Chien Pao deck.
Mas vamos ver como é que vai ser o 1000 do cara. Vai que é um 1000 diferente.
aggressive, lots of insane potential.
Ah, velho, é o Shintaro Ito, mano, que tá jogando de Shenpao. Eu quero ver que Shenpao é esse, velho. Nossa, que maravilha. Shenpao, Shintaro Ito.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because both decks can hit extremely hard.
Esse cara aí é Pokémon baba um ovo pra ele, velho. É uma coisa impressionante. Cross Switch, Yono, Bibarel. É, uma energia ali no... Tipo, ele vai ter que jogar com 9, então. Entendeu? O Miguel Lopes ali... Ele tá... É, não tá tão ruim assim pro Milvimax. Então, porque normalmente o Shenpao, ele joga com 10 energias. Aí como uma tem no prêmio, ele vai jogar só com 9. Se ele comprar essa energia com coisa, aí sim ele joga com 10. Senão não. Ah, começou bem já o Shintaro Ito. É o maior jogador da história do Pokémon. Só isso, ele já ganhou acho que 2 ou 3 torneios de Pokémon Mundial. E ele que revoluciona alguns decks. Por exemplo, o Lost Box, quem começou jogando foi o Torcer. Mas quem... Então, foi o Torque que fez o do coisa, só que quem inventou, quem colocou no coisa foi ele. Boa noite, Marcel. Tenho bons sonhos aí. Amanhã cola aí mais pra nós conversar mais, beleza?
Yeah, that's not bad. That'll make playing a lot easier to pull off. Battle VIP Pass, a card that's been discussed a lot.
Aí o Torque, ele fez em cima de uma coisa que o Shintaro Ito ele montou. Só que aí o Torcer, o Tordi, ele fez melhor do que o Shintaro Ito, entendeu? Só que, ó, já colocou bem já ali. Se ele roda um Bidoof só, esse daí tá no prêmio.
Shintaro has an interesting choice here. Usually you would just retreat into
Passou.
use that ability and grab some energies, but when you're staring Meloetta down, putting yourself in risk of having 2 prizes taken is, oh boy, what is happening in his hand? What do you even play? You've got...
Nossa, que droga, hein?
It's just a pass. That's it.
Nossa.
This is supposed to be one of the most consistent decks in the game.
Nossa, que tristeza do Mil, véi.
But it all starts with being able to put extra...
O Shenpao, a habilidade do Shenpao.
Miguel played 0 cards.
Já vê já se tá o Bibarel, tem o Bibarel ali. Tem tudo no jogo.
So it's going to be that much harder for Miguel, even if he finds a good card to top deck next turn, to get set up to that point. Action, back on...
Ah, com certeza. O cara passou sem ligar energia, com 2.000 VMAX na mão. Oh, era mais fácil ele ter tido 2.000 normal ali.
Yeah, this is when Pokemon TCG feels very unfair.
É muito triste.
Your opponent is just going off, using all these different abilities, searching for all these cards. They're gonna get turn 2, like stage 2, dump a bunch of energy down, and you're like, you know what I did on my turn? I passed.
Olha, aí já fez tudo, ó. Vai atrás do Bibarel ou do Arceus, Viastro. Arceus, Viastro. Vai evoluir, usar o V-Star, vai pegar 2 cartas do baralho.
I think it's always just correct to just put on the gas, right? What can your opponent do to stop this deck from being as aggressive as it is with as low as a start as they're having?
Yep. Looks like the V-Star marker has been flipped. We are using Star Birth to search for any 2 cards. Like you mentioned earlier, Arceus is kind of an awkward inclusion in this deck. is the only Pokemon V in the deck. So Trinity Nova, normally
Já estão.
you can still use
Vamos
it.
ver o que vai
Super cold
acontecer.
onto it. But it's mostly used for Starbirth, just to be able to search
Já
for
foi atrás da herida.
setup. Sometimes this can be a bit of a clunky thing. You need to get your stage 2, you need to get your rare candy. Sometimes there's other specific cards you need to be searching
Do
for.
Bibarel.
And
Com certeza.
it just kind of holds it all together. Turns out it's just good on its own.
We'll see.
Ida.
And Bibarel grabbed off.
Pronto.
This
Mano, sinto muito, mas.
textbook start here for Shintaro.
Esse Mil dançou. Dançou bonito.
With the barrel can thin the hand out to be filled with this superior energy retrieval in hand. And all you need is 2 energy cards to take this knockout. And there is plenty in the discard pile. 3, I believe, there, plus the attachment for turn. That's a knockout if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this is what every Qianpao player has in their mind of how the deck is supposed to work.
When I play, it doesn't work this way.
Yeah.
But, hey, listen, these players on the world stage playing, and I'm not. So maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Now look at this. We got Arceus V-Star, we got Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, we got V-Barrel, we got a bunch of energy in play. And this is, what more can you ask for? This is when playing the Pokemon TCG is fun. You just get to dump out all your cards.
It looks like just some shuffling things, making sure the deck is fully randomized. Shintaro will be able to draw 3 cards here off this Industrious in Incisors and Scissors. One of the 2.
Yeah, I think it's an incisor.
It is an incisor, yeah.
Tooth, yeah.
Listen, it could be whatever I want it to be. It is a tooth, though. It is an incisor. We'll see that ability be used. Looks like we're just getting some clarification on what's so far been used in this point.
Yep.
We have seen the barrel be used. We also have seen the Radiant Greninja, I believe, used as well.
O que ele vai pegar?
So, all abilities except
Nossa, mais energia. Pronto, já ligou.
another energy card and there it is.
Matou a Meloeta.
Off with that Hail Blade attack.
Próximo turno.
First here in game 1. What's the top deck? It's nothing.
All right, let's move on to the next game, huh?
No, próximo turno tá matando esse daí. O cara não trouxe.
What do you just like boss up the barrel and it's
Vai pra próxima.
show of hey, look at what my deck did this.
Ah, não tinha muito o que fazer não. Meu Deus do céu.
And round 2 of the World Championships.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Miguel just didn't do anything that game, but you know, if Shintaro's
1-0 Shintaro Ri. Nossa, essa foi a rodada mais rápida que eu já vi. Meu Deus do céu.
kind of the ceiling of that deck when it all sets up. I mean, you just have a Pokemon that can knock out anything in one hit. You have Radiant Greninja to hit multiple things at once to knock out smaller Pokemon.
A única chance dele ali era o primeiro turno. O turno dele foi muito quebrado, muito quebrado.
Fantastic. It's just sometimes it can get disrupted. It can be difficult to set up. So we'll see how game 2 goes.
Can go back and forth. Miguel will have the opportunity to go first this game, which I'm sure he will. Go ahead.
Tá fazendo power shuffle para ver se melhora um pouco o deck do Mil.
Cards we didn't really talk about necessarily. You mentioned the 3 judge we're talking about. Shintaro playing a card we have seen. I think the last time I saw this card was in
Oh, mas sabe o que é mais interessante? É que esse deck do Mil aí do Miguel, ele ganhou uma, viu?
Shintaro kind of known.
Senão ele não estaria aí.
Not a lot of people would play like.
Ele ganhou uma e tá jogando contra um dos melhores jogadores do Pokémon do mundo. O cara pode se sentir orgulhoso.
Which I think is pretty important to note. It's very painful to discard cards with this deck. Between Ultra Ball and Superior Energy Retrieval, you just don't have a lot of cards that you're happy throwing away. And sometimes throwing away your hand can be devastating. So, yeah, I don't mind it. One thing I did notice, I do not believe Miguel plays Battle VIP Pass.
What?
I've looked over several times, and I don't see him. He's just not playing Battle VIP Pass. This was like the deck that Battle VIP Pass was made for. You just play it on turn 1, you get a bunch of Genesect and Mew down, and you go from there. He's just not playing any. What's going on?
Switching things up at Worlds, I guess. That's the crazy play. And like you said, this deck needs to pop off.
Eu tô vendo que eu acho que eu vou ter que montar Shenpao com... Nossa, uma pedra foi pro prize.
Sparkle and the fusion energy in the prize cards. Yep. We'll see if the luck is the same for Shintaro. Does have copy of that Bridgerbacks and the Bidoof in there. Nothing too bad as Miguel will
Tem que jogar com 2 bolas, ultra bola.
any better. There is a nest ball, but I mean, I'm saying, imagine if that was Battle VIP Pass. We would be cooking right now.
Yeah, I mean, Miguel must have gotten to a list and said, you know what?
Eu coloco
Battle VIP Pass, it clogs up your hand too much on the second and third turns of the game. I'd rather just have all cards that I can get rid of at pretty much any time. So, yeah, you look through that deck, you're not going to see a Battle VIP.
Ah, simples, né? É eu transmitindo, né? Aí aparece ali só pra mostrar a qualidade das jogadas.
The peak, the one inclusion and the one Iono sometimes in this. Miguel's got a
É bem simples.
spin on things. We'll see if the draws are favored a little bit more. We see the Four Seal Stone
Ó,
already come down onto the.
dessa vez eu acho que ele tem mais jogada, viu?
Valuing
O
that
Miguel.
ice cube. What do you think about that in this matchup?
Cara, eu já quero pegar essa lista do Shintaro já pra montar o deck do Shenpao com o do Shintaro, fi.
You know what? I just need to get as many Pokemon down as possible so that I can just draw off a fusion.
Eu já vi umas coisas novas ali, tem uma
Seems a little wild to
ambição da Cintia ali.
have a fusion strike
Já vi umas coisinhas legais ali já.
on an ice cube, but then not play down the fusion strike energy. It's crazy, but Miguel maybe thinking I just got to set up.
Ó, já teve já uma desenvoltura agora. O cara teve pelo menos jogo.
But maybe just saying, you know what? I don't care about the fusion stuff in this matchup. I just need to go with Mew VMAX.
Yeah, a really interesting choice to discard the fusion over the double turbo energy. Not having information that one is
Great.
surprised, but we'll see what happens. Second fusion strike system bound off of the draw, and hey, this is a pretty good hand to sit on. You've got the Mew VMAX for next turn, a wide variety of supporter options to choose from, and Miguel finally having a good way to start things out as Shintaro will be able to kick action off. Does start that Frigibax. It is the 60 HP one, so it does have one retreat, can potentially pivot out into the Chien Pao.
Nossa. Shintaro sempre tem as pedras, mano. Porra.
Just like you draw it up.
Yep. Yeah, pretty interesting. Shintaro actually only playing the 60 HP Frigibax, none of the 70 HP. Sometimes, well, a lot of the time you see people play the 70 HP one because it's better against Sableye. But just valuing the one retreat cost, which can't blame you. When you start with the 70 HP Frigibax, the 2 retreat is just so ugly to try to get that thing out of the active. It really messes with your starts.
Pivoting is a big part of this deck. Of course, you can only use the Shivery Chill ability when you are in the active spot with Chien Pao, and in this position, grabbing the Arceus and Chien Pao off this first Battle VIP Pass. I'm sure we'll see more basic Pokemon come into play with this.
A doninha de gelo, ganhando tudo, mano.
Something like concealed cards first. We'll see how Shintaro wants to navigate.
Mano, tô torcendo muito pro Shenpao ganhar esse Mundial, na moral. Aí eu vou poder dizer, eu tenho um deck do Mundial, pô. Eu montei esse deck.
Somebody just went Path to the Peak plus Judge on like turn 1 or turn 2 against me. I was like, oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. That is one of the things this deck struggles a lot with, and I think Miguel might recognize that and just be trying to set up for a turn 2, Path to the Peak, play a Judge, and just try to make it so that Shintaro just never sets up at all, because that can be devastating. You do need to draw a pretty good hand off of the Judge to even be able to do anything, and you need to find a counter stadium. Otherwise, you can't use things like the Shivery Chill to find energy cards. You can't use Radiant Greninja. So that could be Miguel's main plan of attack in this matchup. Just try to spam Pass to the Peak, Judge, and then hope that Shintaro doesn't.
É isso aí, Shintaro.
An interesting choice there off Battle Pass, putting down the second Chien Pao. There are now 3 2-prize Pokemon in play for Shintaro. That last spot, probably going for something like the Radiant Greninja.
Agora Mew tem.
And we will actually see the pivot happen. So putting this 2-prize Pokemon in danger of a
habilidade.
Out the following turn with a Power Tablet modifier. I guess just valuing getting those energy cards into hand to try and pull off potentially a 6-energy Hail Blade combo on the following turn.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It takes a lot of energy to knock out Mew VMAX. So when you're constantly getting your hand disrupted plus Path to the Peak, it can be really difficult to just put the cards together to get those one-hit knockouts. So thankfully, we're going to see a much better game this time around. Miguel actually played cards, so that's a that's a big change.
É, né?
should be an interesting one, and
Você vê o tamanho que esse bicho aí é.
matchup as this game progresses. But yeah, no Radiant Greninja at all.
Eu já vi que ele era forte no momento que eu vi quando veio junto. Eu não chega a ser tão hype que nem foi o Lugia, mas tipo, as cartas que veio junto com ele é muito quebrada.
Pragmatic got a little bit worse with the rotation, but it is still a very, very solid card. And we're actually going to see Boss
Opa!
Arceus, and I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this play. I mean, you can attach this choice belt, but you're only drawing 2 cards.
Pensei que ele ia usar o brilho da Elesa pra energizar essa Meloeda aí.
Your pivoting option. And even
Interessante.
I mean, I guess you have the choice belt to take the knockout, but I mean, your opponent's got a pretty sizable hand. They just grabbed energy cards out of there, and they have Radiant Greninja too.
Yeah. For Sealstone, another Pokemon tool that you cannot discard to Cram-O-Matic.
Then you can just like throw down an Ice Cube, I guess, or Meloetta. There's no reason to just not play that down at this point.
Yep. So yeah, awkward hand for Miguel in this situation. You can play down a card, Fusion Strike system for 1 more card and hope to draw a way to move this Meloetta out of the active spot, but you may have to end up using that Forest Sealstone. You may just want to do it.
I feel like you always attach this stone and then go for 1, right? Like, there's no reason to...
I guess it depends on what you're going to
Okay.
go for here, how risky you want to be. If you want to do something like search for an Ultra Ball and discard,
Vai ter que matar.
grab another like Mew or a Genesect here, then you can draw more cards and just, you know, assume you're going to draw into
Ele vai matar, pega 2 prêmios. Já dificulta um pouco a vida dele, do Shintaro.
a rough situation.
Fusion Energy being grabbed up? Interesting choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is for Miguel here. So obviously it's a risky situation. If you just go in and knock out the Arceus V, odds are your opponent won't knock you out next turn, but if that Mew VMAX gets knocked out, you have no response. You don't have another Mew V waiting.
Mano, ele vai usar uma energia pra recuar, é sério?
Go in here, knock out the Arceus. You know, if your opponent just has like an Irida in hand, you already know that there's at least 2 energy in hand from the Shivery Chill. You can see another one. You know, Baxcalibur comes down, and then that would just be it.
Well, grabbed the Fusion Energy and retreated it off this Meloetta. There may not have been a pivoting card available. And, I mean, I think there's no reason to not throw this Forest Sealstone down. You can at least draw 1 card. But
right.
I feel like at that point, I mean, maybe Miguel thinks that you can't attach the Forest Sealstone to anything, but I believe you can put it on any Pokemon, correct?
Yeah, you can.
Not going to be able to use it, but...
Ooh, this is a huge turn.
Já deu uma dificultada pro Coelho, mas pro Shintaro, mas ele, como ele tem a Irida ali, ele simplesmente faz o Baxcalibur e tipo, toda essa vantagem aí que ele tomou
This looks really solid, though.
vai voltar pra ele, porque é só ligar a energia.
Irida already in hand. What are these 2? Arceus V-Star, that would have been great for last turn. If this had knocked out this Chien-Pao instead of the Arceus, we would 100% would have been seeing the knockout that turn. So
definitely, yeah.
That is interesting to note. Does still have access to Shivery Chill, so there's a guaranteed 2 energy cards, but
yeah, I don't think
works,
Shintaro can pull this off. There's too many cards in the hand for Bibarel to really do a lot. You can for sure get up to
Irida, como imaginei.
For the Hail Blade. But you need to get to...
Mas Doce Raro e Baxcalibur.
And yeah, you have to grab Rare Candy off of the Irida, so you can't like grab a Superior Energy Retrieval off of this. But,
muito quebrada essa carta, velho.
Baxcalibur, not bad. And we'll see just how much damage this Chien-Pao EX can do.
Super Cold now online, letting you attach as many water energy as you like for your turn to any of your Pokemon. This ability we've seen time and time throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG, all the way back to base set and Rain Dance.
That's right.
There it is, Rare Candy evolved. Now how much can this hand thin out? I think can only draw 1 card. Can't play the Cynthia, can't play the Arceus V-Star. That Chien-Pao can't get benched, and I think there's just a Cross Switcher in the hand, so we're actually going to see this attached to the bench. You have the guaranteed 2 energy with the active Hail Blade, so, or rather with the active Shivery Chill ability, so makes sense to just put this on the bench.
Yep, and Hail Blade can discard from any of your Pokemon, not just the Pokemon using the attack, so it makes sense to spread out the energy when you can. Okay, looks like the Shivery Chill is going to be used first here. Just try to thin some cards out of the deck. I don't know how much water is in the discard pile. Shintaro could potentially be trying to dig for a superior energy retrieval off the one card from the Industrious Incisors. And if there's 3 energy in the discard, I mean, that would work. But I'm not sure.
I think there's just 2. The one that was retreated last turn from the Frigibacks, and then the one concealed card of the Wings.
Nossa, Taruito tá jogando fi.
It is a water energy, so that can boost the damage of the Hail Blade, but it feels like doing 120 and then taking the knockout is just the same as doing any other attack because, of course, there is always the threat of Psychic Leap, healing the Mew VMAX, putting it back into the deck, but, I mean...
Ah, deu com 240.
I guess this does set up a scenario where Greninja...
Tentou pegar aqui 5 para dar pelo menos 300.
To try to set up a 4-prize turn, and then just all you need to do is knock out a Genesect and the game is over.
É, mas ele pode usar no Greninja e o Greninja nocautear. Tô achando que ele tá querendo que ele monte outro Mew VMAX, que aí ele bate com o Greninja, mata um e depois dá alvo no outro, porque o Greninja não, o Mew não protege banco.
I assume Miguel has to just take a knockout here and hope for the best.
I think the choice here, do you play this boss's orders? I think maybe thinking about targeting down the Baxcalibur that just got evolved since your opponent cleared all their energy, or do you go for a more disruptive play? I feel like boss in the moment obviously would be a huge payoff if Shintaro is unable to find Rare Candy Baxcalibur, but it feels so easy if they just play another Irida to grab those 2 pieces again. They're not down a huge amount of resources, and they've got a fair amount of cards in hand as well.
Yep, looks like Miguel is going to retreat here and play Switch Cart, since you can only switch a basic Pokemon with Switch Cart. It's going to
queimando carta. Tô pra queimar carta.
Genesect's attack effect, so that you can attack again. Technoblast does say during your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack, but when the Pokemon goes to the bench, all effects of attacks are removed. So if you go to the bench and switch, you can attack again.
Judge will be the supporter of choice for Miguel. Both players shuffling in, drawing 4 cards, and I mean, you sort of said it. Judge is not a card this deck likes for this Baxcalibur deck. You're really looking to build up these big hands as you can, then sort of cash in on those turns, play superior energy retrieval, draw lots of cards with Big Barrel, and just flood your board with energy. If Miguel can find a path to the peak here to combine this, this could be the stopping force he needs to keep himself in the advantage. He's going to have the prize lead here. As long as he can find a power tablet to take that knockout, that is still the one piece that's missing.
Such an awkward hand. Ooh. Found path to the peak and a Cramomatic, but no item card to discard to the Cramomatic. But, all right, well, now there's one.
Is that Nest Ball? This would be a big heads flip. This could find a power tablet, and what is it? It is a heads.
Deu certo.
Have to assume that will be the card of choice. Does get Miguel to that 220 damage, as Technoblast is reduced by 20 from the double turbo energy, but the way it actually ended up working out with the way the card was designed is being on that 220, 250, 280 multiplier is right where you want to be, because it also puts you at 310 to knock out VMAXs. It's a great number to be hitting, and ends up not really changing a lot for this deck, unless you're dealing with like those EX Pokemon or Psychic Leap numbers.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, there is a choice belt on the Mew VMAX, but that only increases your damage against Pokemon V, and Qianpao EX is not a Pokemon V, so the choice belt is not adding the damage here, and you do need the power tablet to get that additional damage. Looks like there is path to the peak in hand.
Vou guardar essa outra bola, viu? Vou fazer outro Mew VMAX aqui, ó, porque sabe que esse daí já vai cair.
Can't draw anymore with Genesect, and wow, is Miguel considering not playing that path down? Wow,
Okay.
big opening. And
Yeah,
it's,
I mean, in this situation, you can see for Miguel, there's a clear path to victory. All you have to do is knock out one more Qianpao EX and you win. So maybe deciding it's not worth potentially clogging my own hand or stopping my own draw power. If I just get to do what I want, I'm going to win.
Good way of thinking about it. Sometimes you got to be conservative about what your opponent's doing, but put on enough aggression. Doesn't really matter what.
Será que o Shintaro Ito vai perder essa daí pra Mew?
Besides the one copy of Iono, that could potentially come into play. But yeah, Xianpao is a very easy Pokemon to knock out. It takes advantage of initiating trades and holding on to them, or initiating favorable trades, but Shintaro has yet to take a prize card. Really needed to hit that big knockout last turn to keep himself in it. A 4 prize turn with something like Moonlight Shuriken will not be enough if Miguel can find something like Boss's Orders and a way to get enough knockouts. And oh boy, what do we have going on here?
I think Shintaro does have the Cynthia's Ambition in hand. So it looks like we're going to see the Super Cold, attach an energy. I guess maybe deciding, do you use Industrious Incisors first? But no, I'm just going to play the Cynthia's Ambition and draw 6 cards off of it and hope to find superior energy retrieval and go from there.
A lot of pretty clunky cards. Does find the superior energy retrieval, so that will at least get the 4 energy needed to take the knockout with Moonlight Shuriken. And I mean, it seems pretty clear for both these players how they want to navigate it. Shintaro really just hoping to dodge the Boss's Orders. Miguel is down a fair amount of energy cards and can't play something like Alessa Sparkle and Boss in the same turn. So there is a fair chance on Miguel's side that he's unable to find these pieces. He's only going to have 2 Genesect into play. Not a huge hand size.
Sim.
However, there are a favorable amount of cards in the hand.
Boss no Xianpao ali, bonito. Ainda bem que ele não evoluiu o outro Mew.
Whether Miguel puts together all the pieces next turn.
Tipo, ele colocou o Mew agora, tudo certinho. O ruim é que é só aquela pedra, né? Ele vai ter que arrancar, dar um jeito de arrancar aquela pedra.
As long as his hand isn't, completely clogged up.
Poder ver o que faz.
You hate to be in against the Mew deck, where it's like,
pegou 4 prêmios.
My opponent doesn't draw what they need. It's like, yeah, they're going to draw most of their deck. They're probably going to beat you, but you do still have to.
Agora o Miguel tem que comprar o boss.
4 prize cards being taken, and there are plenty of cards in this hand. Crematic. Is the Boss's Orders already there? It is. The Boss's Orders is.
Ele tá com o boss na mão.
Ultra Ball, Escape Rope.
Mano, ele precisa só da energia.
Entire hand almost in
da energia e da pastilha.
He'll actually decide to keep.
Ele precisa da energia e da pastilha.
Forced Seal Stone from the hand, and
yeah,
there's still 3 power tab left in this deck. There's really good chance here that Miguel can find it, even deciding to grab Mew VMAX before more basic Pokemon.
Yeah, also has Lost Vacuum, so just can keep throwing away cards.
Só precisa da energia e da pastilha para tirar um jogo do Shintaro.
Interestingly enough, goes for the Mew VMAX now instead of finding maybe like a 4th Genesect to really maximize how many cards you're getting off of each one.
Ah, jogão.
But, I mean, there's kind of no bad way to go about this one, I think. I assume we'll see Boss's Orders get before drawing, because that's...
Mano, se ele conseguir acertar esse cramorantizador, vai ser lindo, cara.
If you miss, you're probably just
Boss.
Anyway, so yeah, may as well.
Boss no Xianpao, isso.
Commits you to playing
cramorantizador.
But if you're gonna win,
cramorantizador, vai na fé, que depois você pode utilizar o...
That's the real only option that you have at this point. You can Lost Vacuum away the path.
Depois pode comprar.
Alright. Well, I mean, there's no other way to really go about this,
Vai,
right?
fi.
Yeah, we would see Lost Vacuum.
Não. Vai na corda de fuga. Aí depois usa o Lost Vacuum pra tirar o item seu.
But no, gonna draw some cards first. Just draw 1 card first.
Aí ele não aproveitou o máximo do combo do Mew, hein?
Energy as well to get there. So needs to find 2 pieces, but I mean, just essentially burned a fusion system to do nothing. We will see Path come down to play. This will go ahead. In addition to the Cramomatic.
Yeah, maybe didn't.
Utiliza isso daí.
Tools as well.
Vai, filho, utiliza, pode utilizar.
Yeah, play down the Path to the Peak and then vacuum it away.
Não, ele não vai querer arriscar.
You do need to find Power Tablet and Double Turbo, so maybe.
Eu só acho que ele deveria arriscar.
Try to Cramomatic into the other.
Sure.
Isso.
It seems like today's stream games are all being decided by coin flips. What is this one here?
Tails. Was it Tails? Yeah. Okay. Now
Coroa.
Dicey. You can play the Power Tablet, and then you just have a Fusion Strike system for 3 cards.
É o último.
You need to find a Double Turbo or a way to get another Genesect.
É o último.
Here we go. 3 cards. Is there a Double Turbo Energy? There's an Ultra Ball. Cards.
And then the other awkward thing is that Miguel has already so he can't actually play the Lost City to thin out another card from hand.
So here we go. No Genesect prize, so there is one more left. How many double turbo energy are in the deck? There are 2 copies.
Pegou um Genesect. Nossa! Meu amigo!
Yeah, you gotta wonder if, you know, this could have been optimized a bit better. Maybe could have drawn through more cards if things were sequenced a bit differently. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to this Fusion Strike system drawing.
Torce, Shintaro. Torce, Shintaro.
Turbo energy to win the game.
2,
Fusion won't do
3.
it. Path won't do it.
4.
Misses the turbo energy. So now in this position, when you're on plan B, what is your play? Do you bring up ice?
Oh,
that's all you can do.
I mean, you can't leave this Mew in the active.
There's way too much energy in play. You would just lose immediately. Yeah, you pass and hope your opponent bosses orders.
O Shintaro Itsu não ele só precisava da energia dupla.
It's all gone south.
O Shintaro Itsu só precisa descartar.
May just be giving the opportunity for Shintaro
2, 3, 4, 5 e já tem energia na mão.
In the matter of 2 turns.
Crazy turn of events, and yeah, this is why you play the game out.
Ah, eu dava o de prêmio. Se ele tiver boss order, fodeu.
The one they need, and that's exactly what happened here. I like attaching to the Ice Cube here.
Ele vai ter que torcer para o próximo turno, porque se o Shintaro Itsu não tiver boss order, ele vai ter que torcer para o próximo turno.
The turn's over.
Ele comprou.
Just needs to find bosses orders and 2 energy cards. Or not even, just a single energy.
Lumínio. Vai atrás do Lumínio.
And even Cross Switcher is fine because there is already
não usa Lumínio.
on the Greninja.
Oh, actually, there's no energy left in the deck.
All right. Well, let's see what there is. Oh, that will do it.
Líder.
Well.
Jianpao and Cross Switcher grabbed off the Irida. If there's another Cross Switcher,
aí ele tem Cross Switch na mão.
Energy card or a way to bring an energy back.
Yeah, well, I think you have to retreat.
Não é questão de ele estar fazendo slow play. É que ele precisava de uma energia para poder ganhar o turno do Shintaro. O Shintaro, ele tentou fazer de tudo qualquer jeito, mas não fez, não conseguiu. Parece que o Mew é fácil, mas é bem complexo. Não é que é slow play, tem que pensar certinho o que você vai descartar ou não vai descartar, entendeu? Se ele acerta o Cramorantizador ali, ele traz energia pro próximo turno. É isso. Ah, mas tô feliz, o Shintaro Itsu ganhou e tá com o baralho do Chien-Pao. O meu baralho do Chien-Pao não vai Arceus, né?
Representing his home crowd here, getting a win on stream in front of the Japanese audience, advancing to 2-0 here at day 1.
Yeah, congratulations to Shintaro Ito. You know, he always shows up to play at the World Championships, always brings something. And you know, this deck, it's not as wild as some of the other ones he's played at the World Championships. You know, it's no Mega Audino, but you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in this deck. Of course, bringing his own little flavor with the Cynthia's Ambition as well. So, always exciting to see what he'll come up with at the World Championships. Looks like Qian.
Nossa, que tristeza, cara.
This time, we'll see how far I can carry him.
Pensar que você não ganhou um turno por causa de uma energia. Olha que bosta, velho.
What you play on day 1, so maybe just putting up a front for now, saying, "Hey, look, I'm playing normal decks. I'm just like you all competitors," and then. Day 2 could pull out something fancy. I know a lot of Japanese players have been working hard together. I think Shintaro, Daichi, Shimada, and Ryota have all been working together for this WCS. So I think as well as Yoshi.
Energia que custou, ele só tinha uma energia dupla. Nossa.
Hey, look, I'm all for some spice. I'm all for another crazy deck taking down a.
Mas pelo menos ele jogou, porque na primeira partida não fez nada, não conseguiu fazer nada. Esse é que nem o João falou aí, esse é o cara mais azarado da história, mano. Na primeira partida ele não conseguiu desenvolver o jogo e na segunda partida, por causa de uma energia, perdeu o jogo.
So he's somebody who's always analyzing what other people are using and trying to figure out what is the best deck for me to use this weekend. And looks like This time around, it is this new Qianpao EX deck. There's no Palkia in it at all, which is interesting. Just the Baxcalibur, the Barrel, Radiant Greninja, and then of course that Arceus V-Star. But yeah, it worked beautifully in these two games.
And we saw it again. That missed coin flip there off Chromatic. That would have essentially made or break the game at that point. So.
And yeah, you saw Shintaro, a situation I think many of us have been in, just waiting for your Mew VMAX.
Ai, tem gente que fala que eu faço slow play, mano. Eu faço slow play. Mano, eu não faço slow play, não. É pensado. Às vezes eu faço merda. O bom do Shenpao é que você não precisa pensar muito. Então é rapidinho o jogo.
Regional level, international level, and of course world championship level. We've seen time and time again players get off to 4-0, 5-0 starts in day one, and things can just go south just like that. So you got to keep yourself focused, got to keep your head in the game, play some good Pokemon, and play some focused and strong Pokemon for sure. You got to get lucky as well too, but it's all part of the equation at that.
Yeah, I mean, when you get off to a strong start, it's easy to feel like you're coasting to victory, but the reality is.
Acho que aí vai ter mais uma agora, aí essa daqui é a última, tá, gente? Que aí eu vou dormir, que já é 11h48. É, dependendo do horário que for começar, dá pra fazer até a quarta, como planejado. Mas vamos ver certinho isso daí. Eu só espero não ter outro Lost Box, que aí, nossa. Ô, Lost Box demorado. Dá até sono ver os caras jogando.
Round 6, we'll see people start to go through. It's one of those situations where if you win 6 rounds throughout the day, you get dropped from the tournament. So you don't have to play any more Pokemon. Lots of things going on in and outside as well. Scouting, as always, is one of the cool things to watch. I mean, we go out as well and check out some of the decks and matches.
Course,
So maybe when we're on the desk later, we'll talk about what are more interesting match. And I'm sure other co-casters, when they come on as well to commentate, will tell us what decks they've seen. Is there any deck that is rogue? I know we talked about Rapid Strike Urshifu a little bit that you would, if you saw on stream, you'd be like, yeah, I'm a supporter of this deck. I could get behind. Is there anything that sticks out to you on sort of that level?
One of the decks that came out at NAIC, of course, was the United Wings. I don't know if we're going to see anybody bring it this time. Feels like it's a much bigger risk this time around. Yeah, and then there's always, those weird control decks that are out there. We're not going to see Sander until tomorrow because he's a day 2 player, but I'm sure everybody's going to be looking forward to what thing that he brewed up this time around. I was looking through some of the players in the field, and they all have...
Eu adoro o deck de Mew, cara. Acho ele muito versátil, muito bom, mas... Cara, quando é pra dar merda, o deck não ajuda de jeito nenhum, velho.
Like, what am I about to look at? What 60 cards are going to be in front of me? But that's the fun of Pokemon. That's what makes it so unique from a game like chess, where I mean, I remember an interview with Ross Kaufman that he did.
Aí já o do Shenpao, ele ele tem os seus probleminha, mas ele compensa com bastante dano, né? Ele compensa com bastante dano, e se você não tem uma meloeta lá, se você não tem uma meloeta protegendo o banco, é isso que acontece. Vai atrás lá, o Greninja já vai lá atrás da meloeta. Ele pegou 4 prêmios, o Shintaro Ito. O cara pegou, matou a... Pegou 4 prêmios. Aí era só pegar mais 2. Outro jogador ali também, ele precisava de 2 cartas prêmio também pra ganhar. Só que ele deu azar porque ele precisava de uma carta só e não conseguiu. Ele conseguiu todo o resto que precisava. Só que ele precisava da energia. Não tinha energia, não conseguiu jogar.
If you know, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's United Wings, right?
Listen, they disguise themselves back, right? They find a way to make it up. We've seen this time and time again. We had Lost March at one point, and we had Of course, the Mad Partiers at one point. It's always fun to see these sort of discard pile type decks that fuel off of you discarding these Pokemon, make their way in, of course.
Concordo com eles. O top deck às vezes chama tudo. Só que quando o top deck não quer, velho, nossa, nossa.
Steps back from the door, maybe we could see some of these one prize single hitting Pokemon that are meant to just hit once and then sort of get knocked out, come back into play, but Sableye here right now, so. I mean, you saw Alex talk about it at NAIC.
Sableye, o Greninja.
I just lose.
Só que o que faz o Sableye jogar bastante é porque o Manaphy não para ele. Para o Greninja, mas não para ele.
We'll see. It's always nerve-wracking, right? Like, you have to play your entire season to qualify for the World Championships, and this is like your one shot of the year to become World Champion. So it's always like, am I really gonna use my one shot at this event on something crazy? I was talking to some people who were thinking about playing like Wo-Chien EX for this tournament. It's like, yeah, just gotta catch everybody off guard. But it's always a question after the tournament, like, let's say you play like a Wo-Chien EX deck.
Ah, mano, tristeza, ficar ouvindo os caras agora. O jogo foi tão rápido que agora ficar ouvindo os caras conversando.
I took a chance, it didn't work out. Like, it just wasn't my tournament. That's a decision every player needs to make.
É, ver como é que tá os brasileiros.
With the decision that they're about to make with the deck that they chose.
Well, things have been working out excellently here for Shintaro Ito. 2-0 at day one of the World Championships. Let's throw it down to the stage for an interview.
Hey, entrevista com o Shintaro.
The game was very short, so that might be a quite long interview.
Enfim. A cara de pastel dos caras, mano. A cara de pastel dos caras. Vira um meme, vira um meme.
Welcome everyone to the World Championship. I'm here with Shintaro Ito, who just won an amazing set playing against Mew. First of all, how do you feel having a very strong start in day one at the World Championships?
試合の勝ちおめでとうございます。この WCS2023 年でその勝ちはどのような感じですか？勝ったら嬉しいですか？
はい、とても、2戦目勝ててよかったです。はい。
He's very happy that he won.
Yeah, so we saw game one, of course, didn't go too well for your opponent. Game two was amazing. Against the Mio matchup, do you usually use the strategy with Greninja?
ゲーム1はあなたの相手のカードは全然良くなかったけど、ゲーム2はとても面白かったですね。普通にミュウ対して戦うときにはあなたはいつも下攻で攻撃しますか？
できれば、チェンパオのヘイルブレードで、36ダメージを出したいんですが、どうしてもハードルが高い、要求が高いので、プランの一つとして、ムーンライト手裏剣を合わせて倒すということも考えています。
He's always trying to aim to get the one-hit KO with Chin Pao, but when you deal with the cards you're dealt, he knows Mew's a hard match to overcome, so when he saw there was a chance he could use the Moonlight Shuriken, he went for it.
Yeah, this is the difference it makes world champions. They know exactly when to switch their strategy up. We saw at the Japanese championship, we had a very strong showing of Mio VMAX. Did you prepare specifically for Mio VMAX at the World Championship as well?
E aí, João, fala pra nós aí qual que vai ser a próxima matchup aí. Quem que vai enfrentar quem aí? Qual deck que vai enfrentar quem?
だからこそあなたはミュウに対しての対策が考えましたか？
そうですね。ミュウに対しては、とにかくデッキが回るように、戦えれば、ワンヒット KO。
Vamos ver, vamos ver.
考えています。
Vai ter mais Shen Pao. Eita.
So day one World Championship, that's a special.
Mais Shen Pao, e logo contra o Hostbox.
Ties are not worth as much as wins, so if you tie a lot of times, it will be a problem. So a lot of players try to specifically build their deck so they don't tie. Is this one of the reasons why you're going for Qianpao?
WCS には引け分けはダメって決まってますね。だからこそチェンパオのデッキを選びましたか？
そうですね、チェンパオバックスカリバーは、ゲーム3までプレイすることがかなりできる、スピーディーなデッキなので、選んだとも言えます。
Yeah, he knew that you can always get 3 games in with Baxcalibur and Qianpao, and that was one.
Try to play a fast deck. Just a little bit more about your deck list.
Nossa, teve corte agora que eu não entendi, velho.
NAIC, North American International Championship, but your deck is very different. I want to talk about that.
あなたのデックは他の人気バックスカリバーとチェンパオデックと全然違いますけど、
ビダルとアルケオス V と多分みんなが一番興味あるのはsorry you play Bibarel and Arceus V and also Symphia's Ambition. I think the card that most people are interested in is Symphia's Ambition.
そうですね、白の覇にはいろいろ人が興味があります。そのカードについてちょっと教えてくれませんか？なんでデッキに入れましたか？
チェンパオバックスカリバーの、デックのウィークネスポイントとしては、ビダルをノックアウトされてしまうと、
para não tomar iono. O Bibaré é para não tomar iono.
ので、そのカウンターとして、倒された時に使ってとても
Tomou iono.
Yeah.
Well, he knows that lots of players could be trying to knock out his B-Barrel, and then he's got no way to draw cards in a small hand, and that's when Symphy's Ambition comes in handy, because he can bring it right back up again, because they've just knocked out his B-Barrel.
Yeah, the last thing I want to talk about, you're opting for cross switcher and canceling Cologne. What is the specific reason that you're going for that kind of build this year?
最後の質問ですけど、あなたのデッキにはクロススイッチャーとカンセリングコロンが入っていますね。どうしてそのカードがデッキに入っていますか？
そうですね、チェンパオバックスカリバーは、僕が、2019に使った、ブレスコンナグラビルデッキにとてもよく似ていて、火の玉バズーカと、とても技の仕組みが似ています。で、カスタムキャッチャーも、クロススイッチャーととても似ていて、非常に使いやすい経験が生きたデッキだと思っているので、また選択することになりました。
The Qianpao deck really reminds him of a deck he played back in 2019 using Blaziken, and that had cross catcher, which is very similar to cross switcher. So that's kind of why he went for it, because he was very experienced with that kind of idea.
Yeah, so you're trying to get the Blacephalon kanji again. Like, you're, yeah, it's very amazing. I hope you're doing very well. Best of luck, and we're going back to the casters.
ありがとうございますね。ブレセフロンは超懐かしい。
Well, that was a great interview. It's nice to hear from Shintaro. That was a cool little homage to his deck that he played in 2019. I'm sure looking to get back in that same position on the.
Agora esperar mó cota, porque ainda tem o restante jogando do pessoal lá.
I remember right after the World Championships last year, we saw the Mew VMAX, now the infamous double turbo Mew VMAX decks start playing cross switcher. Remember Kiram VMAX and decks like Palkia back in. It's found its way here at Worlds again. It seems like the theme so far, cards that we saw last year making their way back in again. Trainers, Pokemon, everything in between.
Yeah, we even saw cross switcher plus canceling Cologne used at last year's World Championships. Yeah, you bring up the Manaphy, canceling Cologne, then you use Moonlight Shuriken. Yeah, great combo. It's interesting. I mean, there are a lot of similarities between the Qianpao EX and the Blacephalon GX that Shintaro used back in 2019. Both just want to have a bunch of energy in play, and then you get rid of them to do a bunch of damage. But both decks also have tricky other plays they can do as the game progresses. It's not as straightforward as just attack for a bunch of damage. There are some, technical things you can do, like attack with Radiant Greninja, where you can sneak in some impactful attacks. So, yeah, we'll see if this strategy serves Shintaro well once again.
So much more to come, so much more to think about in terms of Pokemon, TCG, and decks as well. It really is interesting to think about what players gravitate towards certain types of decks. It seems like Shintaro has a very unique style of liking to play these more aggressive decks, right? Blacephalon, a very aggressive deck. Mega Audino, it was trying to get turn 2, Magical Symphony, take knockouts. Even throughout this year, I mean, I'm not sure if our viewers know at home, the deck that Shintaro played to get into the World Championships was an expanded event where
Deck é forte, tudo.
to use the attack.
Só que tem suas inconsistências. Por exemplo, que nem ele conseguiu fazer o Arceus.
Prize guards, another deck that's trying
Claro.
to be very aggressive very quickly.
E passou o carro na primeira. Na segunda, ele não passou tanto o carro. Ele só fez o Excalibur
Throughout the year. All things taken into account,
e
especially
deu sorte. Porque senão era pra ele ter perdido. Porque na troca de prêmio, quem tava na frente era o Mil.
players are going to bring. There's all this sort of mind games behind deck selection.
Yeah, there's this metagame that happens from day 1 to day 2, which we'll discuss more as the event goes on. But yeah, it's almost like two separate events are happening at this World Championships. There's this first day where a lot of the players who are already kind of waiting in day 2 are paying very close attention to which decks are being played, which ones are doing well. So then we can kind of predict, okay, what is tomorrow going to look like? Are people going to switch up their decks? Is there something we didn't think about that made a huge splash in day 1? You think back to Nashville, there was the Buzzwole Garb Order deck that took day 1 by storm, and then everybody adjusted for day number 2 and completely switched up their strategies. And hey, it's a completely different tournament. So we'll see if that happens again this year, if there's going to be any real adjustments as we move through days of competition. But for now, we're focused on the first day. We've gotten through 2 rounds. We still have 6 to go, so there's still a lot for us to learn.
Lots to learn and lots of new things this year at the Pokemon World Championships, whether it's the venue here or things happening online. The fantasy draft is happening right now for the Pokemon World Championships. You can choose a party of 6 Pokemon and earn points based on how well they perform
Pokémon Fantasy Team.
World Championships for the TCG and video game. It's open to everybody who participates in the 2023. They can earn digital prizes, and top performers get Pokemon Center and TCG boxes. It's open to U.S. residents. If you want to join, visit Pokemon.com/worlds for more information. I put in a pretty good team, I'm not gonna lie. How is your team looking like, Kyle?
We'll see. It's only...
Vamos ver se vem brasileiro, pelo menos
Until we see what's happening on
na stream agora.
I'll say, like, the total amount of cards in the discard pile. That
Pedro
was
Petrucci,
for a while. I was like,
That's the tiebreaker, right?
Yeah, I'm like, man, like...
Os brasileiros nossos só vai jogar só no dia 2, viu?
It's like, whatever you're gonna pick. I know people, I probably would, if I had to go back again, pick something maybe a little bit more risky. It might pick just like Arceus, and you know what I am. I'm pretty conservative in terms of my picks. You went a little bit more out there in terms of.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna try to win, sometimes you gotta fade what the rest of the field is trying to pick. So you gotta pick some oddballs out there, right? Maybe like pick a Miraidon EX or something like that.
Okay, let's calm down here. We're not going that crazy, right?
Yeah, or like a flying Pikachu VMAX.
Okay, that's a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, I mean, this is true with a lot of these like fantasy style competitions when there's tons of people making very similar selections. If you want to stand out above everybody else, sometimes you just got to pick something really weird that ends up having a great weekend, and that's your way to make it to the top.
Taking a risk, that's what these players are doing, and at home, of course, if you want to do that fantasy draft, so much more Pokemon, so much more exciting action. I'm excited to get into it, but for now, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with round number 3 of Pokemon TCG action.
Será que vai ter? Acabou agora? Será? Não. Esperar mais 3 minutos. Tempo de fazer um miojo. Nossa, 10 minutos.
My name is Landon Caitler. I'm from Vancouver, BC in Canada.
If you expecting to get papped on your next turn, maybe it was better to discard the Burnett and just hold the V-Star. I hope you get that, but that's it. Reagan's just going to concede. He can't win the game, and Landon Kettler is your regional champion here in Portland, Oregon.
Winning a regional feels pretty good. I feel like I've been a good enough player to do it for a long time, so proves that my practice has paid off. I felt like I picked a really good deck. I felt pretty confident and started 8-1 in the day 1, so I was feeling like it was my day for sure. A bit sleep deprived, so kind of tired, but taking a dub's always nice. I've been playing competitively since 2016 was my first World, so I guess 2015 would have been it. It's been awesome. I've met a lot of great friends through Pokemon. Got quite a few of them out here supporting me, so a lot of close friends that I wouldn't have met otherwise. I'll be in school full-time all summer, so I can't make it. I have invite now, but I'm not going. Definitely playing Pokemon. Probably another regional now that I've got the money from this. So just keep playing good decks, playing your best, and eventually it'll happen.
My name is Piper Lupini.
Piper
I'm from
Lupini.
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
So this Arceus All-Star is stuck, and that's going to be the extension.
Piper Lupini ganhou.
Piper Lupine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Absolute masterclass. I've been playing the game for 10 years now. Kind of got introduced to it in elementary school. Then a friend of mine and I, we went to a local card shop to learn how to play, and it kind of just started from there. I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner in tournament. The last year, I think I've lost him like 3 times in Swiss, and he's a great player, usually plays good decks, has a great testing group too. Winning Worlds would be like the last mountain to climb. I've won regionals before. I've done well at basically every level event, so winning Worlds would just be awesome.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and...
Ah, tá. Sua internet tá ruim.
You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot.
Já tô indo dormir também. Só vamos ver se vai dar pra fazer mais uma ou 2.
To start the game, flip a coin or...
Começar 00:30, dá pra fazer mais uma.
Each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have
Se for...
to begin the game. Place your Pokemon
00:40,
then set out 6 prize cards to the side.
Esquece.
Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot.
Amanhã tem mais. Amanhã vamos ver certinho. Fazer mais pouco.
As mentioned earlier, players
Tenho que
must
fazer a cobertura completa, mas amanhã tem mais.
if a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn.
É que amanhã, esse daqui é mais
These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG.
das pessoas que pegaram pontos menores, que é no limite.
And to learn more, visit
Aí amanhã vai ser o pessoal mais bruto já. Só que pegou o ponto maior. Hoje é mais de boinha.
My name is Yuichi Matsui and I'm from Australia, Perth.
Go for the flip, and it's
It's a double heads! That means Yuichi wakes up, Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
Winning LAIC feels awesome. This is my first tournament as a senior, and winning international is just awesome. My favorite Pokemon card to play with is Radiant Charizard. The Radiant Charizard hits 250 damage. It deals a lot and can take out 2 prizes pretty easily. Winning Worlds would mean the world to me, especially winning it in my home country. I feel confident in becoming the world champion because I've just won this international and I feel like I can do anything.
My name is Ian Robb. I am from Warwick, Rhode Island.
Ian Robb, without being held back by the Temple of Sinnoh, just needs to call out his attack and get victory. There's the Ultra Ball. Finds Luminion for the boss.
There it is.
Brings up the second Gudra V-Star that doesn't have the damage reduced. And Ian Robb taking regional number 5.
It felt amazing. I was having a really rough streak with regionals where like I was so close, but yet so far from making top 8 or a win, and finally being able to break through the season felt incredible. I played Pokemon competitively since around 2009. My first World Championship was in 2011 in San Diego, and ever since then I've qualified for every World since. I will be at the World Championship in Yokohama, Japan. This could be my year to be World Champion. We'll have to wait a little bit longer, but with the right matchups and right deck, I have a great chance. I got second place back in 2012 in juniors. I went to Game 3 and lost in a devastating fashion, so being able to finally get the win would mean everything.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2023.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike
Nossa,
for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy.
foi o mais rápido.
Cyrus Davis,
Esse foi a Master mais rápido.
international champion.
Foi a Master mais rápida, a final mais rápida que esse cara já fez.
I started crying. There was multiple times throughout the weekend. I almost cried, and when I went on stage, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what just happened. I just put my head down. I was overwhelmed with feelings. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. I will be at the World Championships.
Ohio gozaimasu, Pokemon World Championships here, Dozo. My name's Ross Gilbert.
Mais card.
For the first time in way too long. By the
Acabou o tempo, vamos lá.
How you doing, David?
Thank you very much. It feels very nice to be back.
Oklahoma.
Amazing games here, day 1 at the World Championship. Also looking forward to which decks translate into day 2 and how the players that already got their invite for day 2 will react to the metagame today.
Yeah, and of course your Japanese is far better than mine, David, but we're in Japan. I had to do a little bit of an intro. I've been learning. I had to show off a little bit. So we've both been
Agora mudou.
We've both kind of gotten our eyes on the tables.
Narrador, né?
Both, you know, seen the first 2 games. What's taken your eye so far?
Well, I think not just me, but I think most of the players are also. No one really knew what we were getting into the tournament. We saw a lot of predictions from all the top players who create videos and post so on. But I think a metagame like the one we actually got.
Lá pro metagame, pra terceira partida.
Lugia is the most played deck.
Yep.
Acho que dá pra fazer a quarta, como planejado. Quarta partida do suíço. Aí nós termina.
Can you teach me everything? And they talk me about Tinglu, they talk me about Miraidon, they talk me about very obscure decks. And then one of them, most didn't even mention Mew, and then was like, oh yeah, Mew also exists. Seems like maybe it's a good meta call, I don't know. So I'm very looking forward to see how Lugia will,
It's going to be interesting. I've also been chatting with my friends, and we both know a lot of people in the community. And I chatted to some of my friends this past week, and they were saying Lugia. And one of the main reasons they like Lugia as a day one deck, I talked about this a bit in the interview earlier, it doesn't really tie. It is a deck that tends to win pretty quick or not set up and lose pretty quick, but it's not a deck that tends to hang around and have ties. And obviously, the format day one, 8 games, 6 wins, and unless you weirdly go exactly 5-0-3 with 3 ties.
O Lugia é muito forte.
Exactly. I think we are generally in a format that experiences a lot of ties. You have decks that do a lot of actions in a single turn. We have a Gardevoir deck with the refinement ability that you use quite often, and every time you really have to think about what do I discard, and then you draw more cards, and drawing these cards gives you more options. So you have to think about that constantly, and then decks that use Comfey, for example, you have so many choices every time, and it's tiring.
Gardevoir faz tudo e mais pouco, né?
Play optimally. So you're thinking, I can do the right choices, play optimally, and then I get a little bit unlucky and it's a tie, which is basically a loss. So I think most people expected that we will not have as much Gardevoir as at the NAIC, for example.
Yep.
But seeing a drop-off like this and seeing Lugia as the deck replacing Gardevoir is something I didn't expect.
It is kind of out there. We've got some key matchups in round 3 we can take a little bit of a look at. That is, of course, the upcoming round. So we've got Jose Marzan against Shinji Mori. That's a feature matchup. But we've got Cyrus sitting at 2-0. That is, of course, one of the players. You know, we just saw won the US International Championship, which is pretty good going. And there's some other names that I think people are going to recognize.
Yeah,
Ricardo Mangaza.
Unfortunately, which is now with the new tournament structure, next season, winning an international championship will give you the invite immediately. Now we have the day 2 structure. But Cyrus did not manage
Samantha Turner. Conheço ela de algum lugar, mas nós vai ver esse José Marza e Shinji Mori. Provavelmente esse Shinji Mori tá de Shenpao.
Yeah, but we have a lot of
que nem o João falou, provavelmente mais um japonês vai estar de Shenpao.
That I also recognize. I think these matches are all going to be very interested. I don't know exactly what decks everyone is using, and even if we knew, I think we don't want to spoil the fun for the viewers and also for the players.
Oh, I'm going to spoil a couple of them, David. There are some people around. My thing, you saw it on the caster prediction, Miraidon.
Exactly.
EUIC, I was on that Miraidon train. The other casters told me I was wrong, and Rob Kimbram, lovely chap. Not only is he a lovely chap, he got all the way to top 8 at EUIC to prove me right, and I gave him a big hug for doing so. I've run into Rob already. He's 2-0 with Miraidon today. Rob's having a wonderful time. There are some notable players out there on this Miraidon train, and it is a deck which, you know, we were talking about this backstage. There's different ways to play it. You can play it with Flaffy or without Flaffy. You can go for a bit of a more setup build or a super speed build. You can play it with Regieleki for the extra damage or without the Regieleki, but there are different ways to build this deck, and I think Miraidon is a way better deck than people are giving it credit for. And judging, you know, we saw Seijin Park, I believe, won the Korean National Championships with that deck, and Seijin Park is a phenomenal player. So I'm sorry, we have seen enough good finishes from Miraidon. I've already had friends bump into me in the convention center going, are you having a laugh putting Miraidon as one of your picks? I'm like, no, this is legit. I like Miraidon.
I'm also part of the Miraidon fandom, as you can say.
Será que vai ter Miraidon?
I played a lot of Miraidon in preparation.
Eles estão falando bastante do Miraidon, hein? Será que vai ter Miraidon?
Miraidon here, because I believe one of our players is actually on Miraidon in this particular matchup.
E vamos para a terceira rodada.
Get lucky. I think Jose just made a very nice choice, and we will see more Miraidon players at the top tables later this tournament. But what you already talked about, we saw Chien-Pao last round. Very interesting deck list. We had a very strong Bibarel and also Arceus.
Yes.
We had the cross switchers. And Chien-Pao is one of these decks where there are a lot of ways to play it. And no.
Miraidon e Guard. Errou, hein, Bruno? João.
Ways to play Miraidon.
É Miraidon e Guard.
There's no consensus on which is actually the best way. So I'm really looking forward to this specific list from Jose, who already played Miraidon at a regional championship in Milwaukee.
There we go.
With a day 2 finish.
Day 2.
Normal.
Obviously coming up against Shinji Mori here, who is playing a God of War list.
Ó, mas tem questão. O Miraidon, ele é bem mais rápido que a Gardevoir. A Gardevoir, ela compra mais carta, mas o Miraidon é muito mais rápido. Vamos ver o que vai acontecer aí.
So that could be interesting as we get through the game.
Yeah, only 3 is also funny, but for Miraidon that's actually true. There are some players that play 4 bosses orders, and Miraidon is a very fast deck, especially against Gardevoir. You want to apply pressure quickly, and especially Jose's list, there's no fluffy inside, so you just try to be quick, attack turn 1, take out whatever your opponent has active. Next turn, play boss's order, knock out Curlier, knock out Round. Play another boss's order, try to pick your opponent's field apart. Yeah, and then when your opponent starts attacking...
só tá com o baralho todo bonitão, né? Carinha chato, mano. Olha.
And as you can see what a lot of Japanese players do.
Já vi pelos prêmios lá e do nada quando aparece o Miraidon arte secreta. Maluco chato esse José Mars aí.
Very nice, we're going for that level ball. It's probably going to be, one would imagine, a second Curlier there. You do not want to end the turn with only one Curlier. Josue does start off with that beautiful special illustration around Miraidon there, and that's actually a great start because of course you've got the ability that searches out your basic lightning Pokemon. So essentially starting with one Miraidon means you start with literally everything you want.
Yeah, exactly. And here we see Shinji opening with a very classical Gardevoir opening, going level ball into Mew first. Very beautiful Mew card here. The Mysterious Tail ability allows you to look at your top 6 cards of your deck, and then you can pick an item card. And usually in this turn you want a Battle VIP pass, which he got.
Oh, nice.
This is an
Nossa, veio tudo, pô.
Mano,
que desespero é esse do japonês, pô?
Maybe I don't actually draw into my Battle VIP pass if I go for Mew now. So especially newcomers are kind of like, I don't know if I really want to do this. But here at the World Championship we see players, they know exactly what they have to do. And Shinji knows, well, if I get another Ralts, then the game is basically over the moment my opponent attacks. But if I can get Mew and the Battle VIP pass, I'm still in the game. The worst thing that could happen is having my Mew knocked out, which is still fine, but I have potential for more Curliers. And we also see the Greninja.
Yeah, Greninja coming out, it's a good shot. And excellent point about the Battle VIP pass. It makes me so nervous relying on that Mew to get that Battle VIP pass. Of course, you could also hit something like a level ball as well, which will still turn into that route. And of course, you get the bonus of ending the turn with Mew active. So if Jose does manage to get a turn 1 KO, it's going to be on a Mew rather than something like a route, which you really protect.
Tudo raro, mano.
You can evolve that up into earlier in future turns. So we do see Jose here just kind of going through his deck. He's got the Miraidon, gets to go and get any 2 basic Pokemon, basic lightning Pokemon. But of course, if you make one of them Miraidon, then you can just keep doing it all over again.
Exactly, and most of the time, players go for a fluffy build, so they try to get their Mareep out. This is not the case here. Jose can immediately go for just Raikou and another Miraidon. And if he really wants to thin out his deck, he has the option. And thinning out your deck is very important if you play Miraidon because of that Electric Generator card. Electric Generator allows you to attach lightning energy cards from your deck. You can go immediately attach an energy from your hand, attach the other with Electric Generator, and as long as you are able to move the Miraidon out of the active spot to attack with Raikou, you're good to go.
Esse Miraidon aí
já
tá formando tudo, próximo turno tá batendo.
It's a really interesting one. I am a big fan of this kind of build of Miraidon. Now we do see Beach Court coming down. That is, it's our old friend Sky Arrow Bridge is back again, lets you retreat your basic Pokemon a little more easily. So just a question there, Shinji, I believe, was asking about, you know, how did you get those Pokemon out? Just going, well, here are the ones I've got. Here's what my board looks like. And it looks like we do have that escape rope.
Oh, this is very painful. He got the beach card, so of course you can just retreat with that.
Yeah, you can.
The escape rope serves 2 purposes. First is, of course, you force your opponent to put a Pokemon active that they do not want. We just talked about how important it is that the Mew was active, so it cannot get knocked out. And now Jose even has the option to use Fleet-Footed
and then retreat and use it again. And we could see he attached the energy to the basic Pokemon. In anticipation, yeah, I cannot draw 7 cards, but I have to retreat, I can draw 1 more and then another one.
Yeah, and you're looking for those electric generator here. That item card that really is, that's what makes these lightning decks so good right now. And we do see a nest ball coming down here, just going to get another basic Pokemon. Yes, it's nice. Squawkabilly. I love Squawkabilly. Firstly, this is one of my favorite arts we've had in a long time. A Melicart knocking it out of the park. More importantly, if it's your first turn and only on your first turn, discard your hand, draw 7.
Exactly.
It's Professor's research, but on an ability again.
Yeah, and it is just only 6 cards. So
it was only 6, my apologies.
And here we see the first electric generator.
Still pretty strong.
Very important. I do not expect... Oh, I do not expect that there is no there, but very unlucky for Jose. Did not manage exactly why you play Squawkabilly. If you miss your electric generator, just squawk and seize another one. We'll also see the tool, which gives you more HP, Bravery, Charm. This is especially important in the Gardevoir matchup. Because Gardevoir, it deals more damage the more energy you have.
Oh no, he's actually discarded. He had 3 energy in hand, so not only did he not hit any of the electric generator, he's going to have to put 3 in the discard pile. This is not the start he wanted.
And there's still a few left. As long as you can draw into the electric generator now, everything is fine, but
I don't think he has,
did not
David.
see one.
Oh no.
Oh, maybe... Let's see, is it all coming down to the second fleet-footed ability?
I think it's all coming down to it. It's not, it's a cross-switcher. So that's not an electric generator, and he passes with no attack.
Nossa, passou sem atacar, véi.
Jose has the most lighting energy cards I think I've ever seen in a Miraidon deck.
Meu Deus, mano, o que tá acontecendo com esse Mundial?
He did everything in his favor to set it up.
Oi, tia.
Such an amazing turn 1.
Como vai?
Fleet-footed abilities, escape rope, the stadium, everything went into his
Nossa, passou sem... passou sem atacar, meio...
From electric generator. And now Jose is already in a very difficult spot, but one of the reasons people like Miraidon for day 1 at Worlds, which we already talked about, it's a deck that you don't tie with very often. So I think he would just play out 2 or 3 turns, see maybe Shinji doesn't even have a way to get Curlier, who knows? And Jose can still decide to maybe pack it up, play another game after this one, or his hand is also not looking too bad as well. Just keep playing and keep winning.
We have one Curlier. Oh, and we actually have a rare candy Gardevoir into the single prize Gardevoir, which allows you to draw more cards. Now, an Iono straight away is an interesting one because, of course, this isn't working as disruption at this point. It's just refreshing both players' hands. And, you know, Shinji Jose did not have an electric generator. He definitely would have played it. So this could actually help. And, of course, remember with Iono, the cards go to the bottom of your deck so you don't redraw them, which actually makes it more likely you will get an electric generator. Because you said yourself, David, in this match...
A Iono é uma carta muito quebrada. Fazer você embaralhar sua mão, colocar no fundo do deck e comprar as cartas, quantidade de carta conforme você tem prêmio, no começo e no final, nossa, ela é muito quebrada.
But Jose just went all in, put all of his double prize part Pokemon in play, and these are easy knockouts for the Shining Arcana, Gardevoir's Brainwave attack.
Yes.
With Refinement, you're able to draw into your boss's orders. So for Shinji, now he knows, well, I just need to knock out any 3 Pokemon, and I should be able to do this as long as I set up. So it's already looking pretty difficult for Jose, and even though there were only 2 turns in the game already.
Só descartando as energias.
Jose's deck here. Get yourself set up, get some energy on, start taking those early prizes, and really kind of hope that Shinji takes a turn or 2 to get rolling, but Shinji's got a phenomenal turn 2. Already turned those 3 routes into 2 Curlier and a Gardevoir, and you don't really need the EX per se here. This is all about setting up. So you've got the single prize Gardevoir, which can draw you cards and get some extra energy. You've got the Curlier to draw cards. And, you know, Jose's still going to get the first prize on that Mew, but do you really just want to KO a Mew turn 2 when you're facing down that bench from Shinji?
Pega energia e bate.
Yeah, but we do have the Forest Seal Stone, an amazing card, which allows you to search your deck for Electric Generator, for example. But in this situation here, maybe Jose, he knows, well, I already have an energy that I can just attach for my turn. Maybe I don't necessarily need it. With the retreat seeing now, let's wait, maybe there is another escape rope in play, which would Escape Rope was still a nice option to have here, right?
Yeah, Escape Rope would be awesome here. It would force pretty much a Curlier or the Radiant Greninja into the active, either of which would be a very easy KO for the Raikou there. Now we do see an Arven going for a cross switcher and another one of those Bravery charms. So, and I do believe that's double cross switcher because
outro cross switch.
Last time when he was looking for the electric generator, so that is going to allow him to pick whichever bench Pokemon he actually wants to bring up.
Vai trazer quem?
Nice.
Well, the cross switcher from last turn was put in at the
of
bottom of
course
the
it
deck with
was.
Iono, but we just saw Jose using Forest Seal Stone to get the second cross switch, and this is why Arven is so nice. You get an item.
Nossa, mano. Aumentou a vida de tudo e todos.
Attach it. It's basically one card of any kind and an item card in this kind of deck. Yeah, and we see double cross switcher for the knockout on Curlier. Jose knows exactly. He just needs to apply pressure. Get rid of all cards that give Shinji consistency. Because if Shinji's not able to set up a Gardevoir, this opens another way for Jose to maybe play Boss's Order on the other Curlier, and then it's looking dire for Shinji again, to be honest.
Yeah, this game could swing back to Jose, as you said, David, very quickly here. Pick up those little Pokemon, that's a goal. We do see a Fog Crystal coming down here. Let's you go and get a basic Pokemon. Looks like he's eyeing up Cresselia initially. That is the one he popped to the front straight there. Could also go and get another Routes. No, we can't get another Routes because there was one prize and he's already played free.
Exactly.
So he's not going to be a Routes. It is going to go for that Zacian there.
Yeah, but Zacian is very nice in this situation.
Yeah, lets you go and get an energy onto one of your Pokemon. It does end your turn, but if you're not in a position to launch a big attack anyway, then it basically just gets you another energy on the field, and it gives you a pretty decent attacker. We've seen, you know, in recent tournaments, Zacian being pretty good at being able to take out some of these Pokemon. 60 damage plus 30 more for each Psychic Energy. With Gardevoir EX being able to pile that energy on could be an option. Just make sure you don't, you know, give up 2 prizes and fall behind in the prize race.
Yeah, Zacian is very important in this matchup, especially because you want to, at the end of the game, you need to trade your Brainwave Gardevoirs, the Shining Arcana one, with your opponent's double prize card Pokemon. And here we see the Zacian being put down with a Seal Stone. Is it a Forest Seal Stone?
It is a Seal Stone of some...
É, tá complicado.
Seal Stone, that is the only one in the list.
Okay, I was a little bit confused about that at the first glance.
But that's good. That's a reason to play Zacian V, because that
O
unlocks...
bom é que ele matou uma. Ele aqui tá com a sequência de matar 2, 2, 2. Ele matando 3 aqui e acabou.
Get that extra card, which is fantastic. And you've got the Gardevoir EX, which is now on the field. We've just searched a card out with Mew. This kind of feels like the last turn before Shinji's deck just kind of goes off.
Oh, and here we see energy attachment from hand on Gardevoir. This might seem like a very small move that you do. Well, you need energy, but it allows you later to take a knockout with less energy. And we see the Bravery Charm. It's actually pretty difficult card to deal with for Gardevoir because you need so many energy, and you try to not put too much damage on your own Gardevoir.
Oh, no.
If you do, your opponent can just use their Zero Aura, which for one energy card deals 60 damage. So you're trying. You see, Shinji's deck is not as fast as Jose's deck.
No.
So at the beginning, you don't take knockouts, and then later you try to trade your opponent's double prize Pokemon for your own single prize Pokemon. But with Zero Aura, Jose can just take a knockout on the Shining Arcana Gardevoir for a single energy with a single prize attacker, and then your whole strategy kind of fumbles.
Yeah, of course, remember Gardevoir EX does accelerate lots and lots of energy, but every energy accelerated is at the cost of 2 damage counters. You often have very heavily damaged Pokemon attacking in Gardevoir, which is why that Zero Aura single energy 60 becomes such a good attacker. But it does seem like we've got this Gardevoir in the active now. Here comes all that energy from Gardevoir. 4 energy means 8 damage counters, but there is no Bravery Charm on the Raikou here. So what have we got? Is that enough energy?
It is 210 damage.
It is
so
exactly 210.
Enough.
Yeah.
And 80 damage is the danger zone because Zero Aura deals 60 damage for a single energy card. So if Jose is able to pull this off, that would be very nice. We also see the Artisan in play, which, I mean, doesn't matter because they have Miraidon anyways. But,
he's got Miraidon, he's got Nest Ball in hand as well.
Gardevoir tá matando, Raikou.
The Stadium Beach Court got knocked out of play, so Jose still needs a way to retreat. With 4 Beach Court in deck, I think that should be too difficult. As we see that there are...
Ah, não, já matou já um Raikou já.
Fleet-footed for the Raikou that is active right now. Let's see if Jose...
Será que agora o Raikou consegue matar na volta?
Yeah, you need an energy, you need a pivoting option, and then you just, well, actually, they say pivoting option. Something like an escape rope here would actually be a real pain. So really, beach court is what you're looking for here. Oh, and it does look like that is in the cards. There is a beach court there. But,
oh, there was a poker gear, yeah.
Okay, we did not see the poker gear go down. You don't take a beach court off a poker gear, David. That would be very naughty.
I mean, you could, but...
no, it gets
if
a
you know
the cards.
If you know the consequences, you don't want to do that.
No, that's a bit silly round 3 awards when you're sitting at 2-0. And that's the thing, like we're getting to that point in the day where we've got players who are starting to have really good days. The winner of this match is going to be 3-0. You don't start 3-0 at Worlds. You know, there are no easy matchups here. We have seen the energy. Now we got the Professor's research. And really, we kind of do need a beach court here because, of course, we've had the energy attachment already onto the Zero Aura.
Well, the likelihood is very high, and still the fleet-footed was not activated yet. So there's an 8th card potentially waiting.
Here we go.
Oh, let's see.
What is it going to be?
The cards.
I don't think I saw it. No, I don't have any better angles, I'm afraid.
Well, worth. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's just conceding the game. Jose concedes game 1, and it looks like Shinji Mori is going to take a 1-0 win in this first game. But this is very important. That was not a terribly long game. It was only a few turns, and Jose's like, if I'm not getting a KO this turn, it's not working. Let's go to game 2. He does not want a tie. Ties in day 1 of Worlds are terrible.
Exactly. Game 1, I said, well, you can still wait for your opponent's next turn and then decide if you want to give up there. I was just about to say, well, Jose still has the option to use Electric Generator to attach and then retreat with that energy, which did not come down. So Jose, very smart mid-item player, knows exactly...
Nossa, já tô tombando já, velho.
More turns out of the game and then reconsider the game or not. And here we saw a very, smart...
acho que eu vou só nessa daqui, gente.
End the game here. There's still enough time for 2 players left.
Deu minha cota.
Yeah, do remember Electric Generator only attaches to the bench Pokémon.
Oh,
so it
jogo aqui.
Been played, but what he would have to have done instead.
Aí amanhã nós entra aí com mais Mundial do Pokémon, beleza?
Hoping for the Electric Generator, and I think essentially the question was, do you feel better about Electric Generator hitting an energy for the bench, or just drawing a beach court?
Yeah, no, of course, I was completely wrong about that.
No, I think beach court was the play. I think he did the right thing. It just
exactly.
didn't come through. But I like this. 15 minutes. There's 35 minutes left for games 2 and 3. We see there the big KO on the Curlier. That almost was the start of it there, but not being able to get that return KO from the Zero Aura there just unfortunately ended the game.
And here the big chance didn't get through. It was perfect. It looked very nice for Jose in this turn. Zero is a card that you really want to use, but a little bit difficult, especially if your opponent knows exactly what to expect. And there was also maybe a little bit of a surprise, because if you notice, Shinji did have the reversal energy in hand, but chose not to attach it. If Shinji would have attached the reversal energy, the play with Zero wouldn't have even been possible. So maybe it was even a little bit of a inexperience to play this matchup specifically, but this surprise factor is now completely out of the question.
It is. Now, Jose had a pretty barren turn 1. Zero Aura attach energy pass. And Shinji here started with that Cresselia. Doesn't need to use Mew to get Battle VIP pass today, David. Just straight into the deck. Going to get a couple of basic Pokemon. And like you see there, popping those cards up, seeing which basic Pokemon are going to be available. I love your point about Zero Aura, though. Is that going to be something, Shinji's going to be playing around now and just, basically taking away that option? But... I mean, Jose's at 1 game down. He needs to have a better start in game 2. That's not a better start in game 2.
Yeah, usually you would try to start thinning out your deck with Miraidon, especially in Jose's list. He has nothing from not putting Miraidon down on the bench. Usually, the Zero is free retreat, which is something you should never forget. So
yes,
if there would be a fear maybe my opponent plays Escape Rope, but who plays Escape Rope in Gardevoir, right? So it really does look like Jose's opening hand is
boa noite, até amanhã.
Let's see, maybe...
Vou ficar aqui esperando terminar essa daqui. Aí essa daqui é a terceira mesmo.
Of course, there is always that hope, what
Vou dormir também. Eu não tô aguentando mais.
My opponent plays Iono.
Essa é a desvantagem de ser lá no Japão, né?
Exactly.
but unfortunately,
Parar não coincide.
it's not terribly likely. Even if you've got Iono at this stage, you hold it. Now, that wasn't a phenomenal turn from Shinji there. Oh, and there's the Miraidon, and there is an electric generator in hand.
Nice.
So this is at least going to be a better turn, David.
Yes, and with Miraidon, you can like chain the Miraidon, so you get more bench space to use for your Raikou attack. Of course, if you think about Raikou, everyone is like, oh yeah, you deal like a lot of damage for 2 energy cards, but it depends on your own bench size and your opponent's bench size. So it's an amazing synergy between Miraidon and Raikou. You can already start swinging, and then, I mean, optimally, Jose would have something like an escape rope, for example.
Yes.
Which would be incredible now, right?
Yeah,
you can
it really would.
It's basically like boss's order on an item card on your opponent's Greninja in this turn. As we see the first electric generator come down, even hitting 2 energy cards, this is perfect.
Oh,
so
this is different.
Even if there are no other good cards drawn now, it's already a strong start from Jose. Let's see if he maybe even has something like a double cross switcher, boss's order, or escape rope. As we see a second electric generator, just even like you're basically thinning out your deck out of energies at this point.
Oh, he does have free prize, remember. That's a very important one. There are free energies prized. It looks like it's a whiff on electric generator, unfortunately. So average of 1 from each of the two. Bearing in mind, like I say, he plays 15 energy, so having free of them prize is not the end of the world, but it does hurt your chances a little bit there. But honestly, after that turn 1, as bad as it looked, to then be attacking with no pivot needed, Zero Aura's got free retreat,
yes.
To end with a KO on the Cresselia, it would be better if it was either of those bench Pokemon.
Oh, it looks like there is escape rope on the hand.
I was going to say.
He basically gets a free retreat into footed, draw 1 card, play escape rope now. Like I said, incredible. Your opponent will never put the Ralts active.
No chance.
But if he draws a boss's order now, there was no supporter card played, right?
No, not yet. There wasn't.
The boss's order now would have been perfect. Oh. And we see Arven, so there is possibility for just cross switcher. You get one of the cross switcher, Forest Sealstone, get the second one. Let's see if Jose is going.
You have to. No, there's no chance you don't do that. You've got a chance on turn 2 to take out your opponent's only routes. Oh, this is wonderful.
Let's go. This is exactly what you want to see if you're playing Miraidon. Perfect, just a perfect showcase of how strong Arven is in this deck. Usually you use it for, like when people talk about Arven, it's usually like, yeah, you can deck like 2 electric generators and you will always hit because like it's in your deck, you have two tries. But now, of course, with the cross switcher in Jose's deck, that's even stronger. As we see a knockout on the single lonely Ralts.
This is time. This is time for Jose. Shinji will do nothing really of relevance this turn.
Yes.
This turn is try and get multiple routes and cross your fingers. Now, we've got Greninja using concealed cards for a level ball. That is going to get a single route. And is there any chance Jose could have a boss's orders this turn? He plays 3 boss's orders, 4 cross switchers, so there's more gusting options.
Yeah, also we have the Raikou active. We see Iono, which is probably not exactly what Shinji wants to play this turn, knowing that, well, if Jose would have had a boss, he would have played it last turn. So he knows there is no boss in Jose's hand. Playing Iono gives your opponent just 6 more cards, plus 1 for turn, plus at least 1 for Raikou. And also you can thin out your deck with the Miraidon as well a little bit in between.
Yes, you can.
Shinji does play the Curlier split. There are some people that play 4 Refinement Curlier, and some people that play 3 Refinement Curlier and 1 Mirage Step Curlier. And the Mirage Step Curlier is actually very strong in this matchup because it just allows you to put all your like your opponent will try to get your Ralts knocked out, but then, because your Ralts are in the discard pile, you cannot set up your Curliers. But with the Mirage Step Curlier, you still have the chance to set up all 4 of them in 1 turn.
Yes.
So for Shinji, this game is still not over, but maybe Jose will be able to close it off in a few turns.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I mean, boss's orders here would be amazing. And then I'm a fan of aggressive decks. I like playing fast, aggressive decks. Always have done. And one of the things you learn when you play aggressive decks is lots of gusting, pick off the best Pokemon off the bench. You don't really want to just be, the big powerful decks that can one-hit KO anything, attack into the active. The fast decks, they're really going to try and pick apart your opponent's bench. That is the goal here. So we did see a Mew coming down from the nest ball for Jose, and now we see Pokegear. No prizes for guessing what he's digging for, David.
Boss's order. Let's go.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, he did shuffle his deck with the nest ball. And
he's not got it.
There was the argument that because there are like 7 non-bosses orders on the bottom of your deck because of Iono, that you might have opted to go, because the only reason to bench Mew here is to thin out your deck.
Yes.
But it's very difficult to actually calculate. I also personally don't know the right answer. But there are like 6 non-bosses out on the bottom of your deck, and then pulling the Mew out shuffles all these decks on top, all these cards on top. So yeah, maybe Jose is better at math than I. I genuinely don't know exactly which a better play was. But we still have, Jose still has a lot of options. We see him retreat into the Mew. So of course this only grabs item cards, which means cross switcher or even escape rope would be very nice in this situation. Just like last turn, it's an easy knockout on a Ralts, easy knockout on Shining Greninja. And we see another cross switcher.
He does have the... No, does he have it? He's got an Arven again, David!
Yeah. It's one of the great choices, as long as you make sure that none of them are on your prize card at the first deck search, which I'm 100% sure Jose did.
Oh, he's already got it. He's got double cross switcher. One's in the hand, one's on the board. Double cross switcher is going to come down to get another one of those routes. And he somehow managed to gust twice without using any of his boss's orders, which he's got to hit at some point. Just making a decision which routes to go for. If anyone was wondering about Pokegear 3.0 as a route from Mew to get boss's orders, there's only one in the deck and it's already been played. That wasn't an option.
Oh yes, of course. In theory, that's also one of the ways. There were a lot of ways for Jose. He still needed a way to get the Mew out of the active spot because it was already retreated. But yeah, a lot of pressure here from Jose, and this is exactly what you want to see as a mid-item player. And this is exactly the reason why so many players, I mean, yeah, so many players, not like 10% or more, but maybe we have like 3% mid-idon.
There's a few out there. This is not a weird fringe. Like Meowscarada, I think there's like one. That's a weird fringe deck. This is not that fringe deck, and there are good players on Miraidon. Everybody always doubts Miraidon. Nobody thinks it's a good deck. Even after I got top 8 at the UIC, I kept being told, like, well, you know, it's a great deck if you run hot.
Yes.
And I'm like, I have so much more faith in Miraidon than other people I know, and I just want to keep being proven right. And it looks like Shinji is choosing to concede the game. So just like Jose conceded game 1 early, Shinji is conceding game 2 early. We've got enough time for like a proper game 3 here, David.
Yeah, they could even play another best of 3 in this time, I think.
Look at this, right?
But like you said, Miraidon is a great deck if it runs hot, and Jose just tried to make sure that he will always run hot.
Yes.
And if you don't run hot for 1 game, well, you're still 2 games left. And we see these 2 games left where you still have the chance to run hot. One of them went completely fine. It's going down to the wire, game number 3.
Oh, I'm excited about this. Like, you know, let's face it, we're both excited about Worlds. Yes. You know, we're both excited to sit behind the desk, and you know, Ethan and Carl did a great job round 1 and 2. We're both sitting here being like, is it our turn yet? Can we go talk about some games? And then to sit down and get Miraidon and get this exciting a game, it's just, yeah, this wait has been absolutely worth it. I love seeing Miraidon in action. And Jose showing he really knows what he's doing. And that Arven cannot get over how good this Arven is going.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to game 3. Now Shinji knows basically exactly what kind of version of Miraidon. I said earlier, there's a lot of different versions, a lot of flavors, as you might call them, of Miraidon. Shinji definitely prepared at least a little bit. Everyone saw that it won the Korean National Championship, so everyone is aware that the deck exists. So he probably did some testing. He is day 1 at World Championship, so he's definitely a strong player.
Of course.
Which means now he's adapted, he knows exactly what he needs to do game 3. And the Garda World Cup is not that easy to play for Miraidon as well, so it's probably like a very 50-50 matchup. Yeah, game 1 didn't go well for Jose just because of the cards he drew. Game 2 didn't go well for Shinji because Jose drew too well. So now we have like a more fair like distribution of luck to say. There's also a good chance for Shinji to win the game.
So what do we see? Nothing too terrible on there. How many guards? So it's one of the 2 God of War EX that could be a bit of an issue. Other than that, yeah, it's all fairly evenly distributed. You're going to have some decent cards prize, but it looks like we are into game 3 here, and Shinji is starting us off with a level ball. And if this is anything like game 1, it's Mew.
Beleza, Ô, João. Aí eu vejo aqui se eu tenho aqui, aí eu passo pra você amanhã.
It depends, of course, a little bit on.
Amanhã não, no sábado.
As we see Shinji with the typical Japanese style of checking for your prize cards, which I always find very interesting to see the difference on just how the players move their cards in general in Japan and outside of Japan. Everyone checks for their prize cards at the beginning, especially now with the rules.
Bom, gente,
Yeah, it's like fine to take a little bit longer at the
podem ver, debateu o cansaço.
This is something if you might read
Honesto.
the rules and you think, oh,
Falou, boa noite.
for my deck search. It all depends. So
Yes,
and
of
it depends on the circumstances. First turn, you want to know your prize card. It's fine to take a little bit longer.
E nós tá aí de
If
novo.
you want surprise, the second rolls.
Oh, it's all good.
Let's-
Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah, a second roll is coming down here on
Okay, yeah,
Shinji's,
it is all good.
field.
Sorry, I misheard
No, no,
myself
no
for a
problem.
second. Important piece of context. Everybody knows you have to do that deck search to know what your prizes are, so judges will account for that. Not a great end to the turn from Shinji, of course, just finishing with 2 routes out, and now Jose's got that Miraidon, and of course, if you've got one Miraidon, you've basically got everything